Hello everybody, so we are going to create this really beautiful social media application. We are basically building the UI in this video. So as you can see, we have a full sidebar where we have feeds, videos, groups, and a whole bunch of categories with your friends over here or a bunch of people over here, that you can interact with. And then you also have a section here where you can also write what you want. Over here you can write what you want and then upload it, okay, for it to show here. And then you can add photos, tags, images, location. Now you have this nice side where you can show where someone's birthday is, and then you can also look at the advertisement image here, and then also you can see your friends that are online. You can also check out the profile page that we have here. Now as you can see on the profile page that will show up, you as you can see on the profile page that will show up here, you can see that the user profile here has this picture and then the cover image, and then you can see that this is the user information and then the user friends over here. Okay, then if we check the login side too as well, we can see that we have this nice login form with the login button and the create new accounts button here, and then we have these text inputs as well. Okay, so let's check out the last part, which is the register. And then as you can see, we have the username, then we have the email section, and then we also have the password section with the confirm password as well. So basically this is all that we're going to be building. Alright, let's just get in. Hello there, we are moving on to building out the UI for a social media application, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys are excited, especially looking at the view counts on my two most recent videos, that is for the social media backend and then for the e-commerce store backend. And I just want to say I appreciate everybody for streaming and getting me to 1,000 views. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And then the number of subscribers that I had like a really increased boost. I really appreciate the love and the engagements that I've been given. So without wasting much time, I would want to get into the UI part that a lot of people have been asking me for. Alright, so I'm basically going to cd into the client really quick, and then I'm going to say npm create vit at latest, and then I'm going to bring my dot slash, that is going to create the vit app inside the root of the client folder. So I'm just going to hit enter, and then we should be creating our vit application. I'm going to select React and JavaScript for now. So npm I is what I'm going to do to install all the dependencies. Okay, while that is being installed, let us try to clean it up. We do not need these ones, we do not need these ones, we do not need these ones. Yeah, I'm going to clean up these ones as well. I'm going to clean up these ones as well. For now, we don't need these ones too for now. And what else? I'm going to go into this side. I'm going to clean it up real quick. I'm gonna clean that up real quick. Now what else are we gonna clean up? Okay, this is perfectly okay. Let me check my app CSS. Yeah, I'm gonna clean this up also. So inside, okay, so the packages have been installed. Okay, we are going to use tailwind to style. Okay, I think we can uninstall this one as well. Yeah, so we are basically going to use tailwind to style our application. So what we are going to do is I'm going to go into Chrome and I'm going to search for the tailwind docs. Okay, and then it's going to open up like this, and as it opens up, I'm basically going to go into the installation, and then I think I'm gonna find it hard getting the installation from here. So I'm just gonna say tailwind docs for Vite React. and then I think the first link should take me there. Okay, so we are here. Okay, so what we're going to do, we've already done this part, and then we just move on to this part. So I just copy that. I'll go back to my VS Code, and then I'll just paste it, right? So I'll just paste and then enter. So after entering, we should see that being initialized. I'm going to go back onto the website, and then I'm going to make the change. So over here, I'm just going to have to copy this section. Okay, and then I'm going to go back to my VS Code, and it's going to have to create a tailwind file for us, and then that is where we're going to do the changes with. Is it just me or I'm not seeing it here? Okay, so yeah, it's here. Then I'm going to replace that. Okay, now that we've been able to replace that, let us go back and see if we have any more changes. Yes, we do. I am copying this one, and I'm going back to my VS Code. I'll go to the index.css. I'm going to paste this, and what else? I'm going to go back and then check. Okay, it looks like everything has been set up. So how do we test this? Let us first of all go into our app.jsx, and I'm going to just give like a div element inside here. Okay, then over here I'm just gonna type maybe this quick h1 saying hello, this is the neural feed. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, we can just start by saying npm run dev. Okay, so I just have to hold control and click on this, then it should open up our project in here for us. Let us see. Okay, hello, this is the neural feed. Okay, cool. Now that we have it here, let's say we don't like the font, so let's go to Google Fonts. Okay, we've already installed this, so I can just say Google Fonts, and then we can try to browse new fonts as we can see here. Okay, let us go through Roboto. I think I like this one called Montserrat. Yes. So I'm gonna get the font. I think okay, it's okay. It looks like the UI has changed a bit, so I'm gonna click on view. Oh, okay, I'm wondering why it's not opening. Let me go back. I'm gonna go back real quick, and then okay, I'm wondering why it's not. I'm gonna go here. What? Okay, finally I've seen it. Alright, so what we can do is we can copy this code here, use the link rather instead of import, and then we'll go into our index.html, and then I'm just going to paste it in here. Okay, now that we have it pasted in there, what do we do next? Yeah, it pretty much should be able to work after we set our fonts family, right? So what we can do right now is go back into this one, and then inside the head we can write our style, and then inside the style we bring our star key. I think my star key seems to be a bit decoded. I'm just going to search for it. Okay, so I think I found it. Okay, so for the star key, it allows us to select all elements. Then inside I am going to say font family, and then place my Montserrat in there. So if we go back into our browser and our project, we should be able to see that it has changed. Okay, so we are back and we are moving on to work on the top bar. Okay, so what we have here is where we ended the last time, and then we're just going to move on as usual. So we are basically going to
create two new folders here. So I'm going to create the components folder. Okay, so we have the components folder, and then and then I'm going to click on this and create the pages folder. Okay, so we have the pages here, and inside the pages we are going to have what? The home page. So home.jsx as usual, home.jsx, and then inside the components we can work on the top bar. So here I'm going to just say top bar dot gsx. No, top bar, just top bar, and then inside the top bar I can do it top bar dot gss as usual. Top bar dot gsx. Should it mean top bar? Just so we can be able to remember it's a lot more easier. Let's make it navbar, right? Navbar dot gsx. Let me change this to navbar dot gsx. Oh no, why am I making these mistakes? Yeah, alright. So now that we have that, we can do what? Our afc, we bring this out, and then inside the home we can do our rafc as well. rafc, we bring this out. But how are we able to do that? There's an extension here that we need to get, which is ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. Yes, over here, so you can see that. So we can use that actually, and once you're able to install it, you should be able to perform these same shortcut tricks. Okay, that's just by the way. I'm gonna go inside here, and I'm just going to return my home page. I'm just going to return the home page here because we've not set up any route yet. So return the home page. I'm gonna save that, and then I'm gonna go back and import this navbar here so that we see the changes. Alright, so I'm going to just import this navbar, see the changes. Okay, alright, so let us go back into our browser and look. Okay, so it works just as we expected to. Let's move on to the next thing. Alright, so now that we have the navbar here, we want to move on to the next thing. And the next thing is, let us go back into the page. Where is it? Chrome here. So inside the page, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have the logo around here, and then we're going to have the search bar in the middle, and then that's where we're going to now put in the timeline and home and stuff, with the notification and all these other things that come with it, right? So what we're going to do is, I'm going to go into the navbar component here. Okay, now in here we're going to create 3 divs first. I'm going to say the left, and then over here I'm going to come down here, and then put on the center, and then I'm going to come here and put in right. Okay, so now that we have left, center, and the right divs, what do? We can create the div for the logo. So I can say logo div, or even creating for the logo div, we can have, let me just create a logo div. Let me create a logo div here. Then inside the logo div here, I can create a new component called logo, right? So I can create like a new component for the logo. So new folder, and then create a component inside that folder, logo.jsx, and make it capital. Don't forget to make it capital. Logo.jsx, rafc. Okay. Then over here we can just pass in like at each one, saying like let's name it social. Okay, so now that we have this, what do? I want to color this. Okay, but let's not color it yet. So I'm going to go back in here, and then I'm just going to import our logo component. Okay, we have the logo component in here. Then at the end of the day, we need the search bar as usual. So in our search bar over here, what do? There are two ways we could create the search bar component in here, right? So I'm going to say search bar. Alright, then we can just create, like, we can basically put in an icon, and then we can have the inputs right under it, right? And then yeah, we can keep going, right? So how do we get the icon? I'm going to go into the browser, and I'm going to go and search for React icons. Okay, so React icons. If I go into the page, okay, they've been able to now arrange everything nicely. Okay, so the UI has changed. So inside React icons, I'm going to search for search, and then we should be seeing some really cool images here. Okay, which one should I pick? Yeah, I'm just going to take CI search. Okay, I think I'm going to come down and select some of these. I don't like this one. Which one should I pick up? So many options. Okay, so TI research. So what I can do is I can just copy this, right? And then I can go back into my VS Code and paste, but we would get an error. But let me just paste it here. Now the reason why I'll get an error is because we've not installed React icons. So I'm going to say npm I react icons, and then we should be able to get it done. So npm I react icons. Now as it's installed, let's just use the component. So I'm going to say io search, then have the io search, then inside here we're just going to use our input. So the input is going to be a text with the class name of search for the meantime, so that we know that we are dealing with search. Then we can have like a search button or something. Or let's just leave it for now. And then down here that we have gotten to the right side, this is where we are going to be doing a bunch of divs and stuff. So yeah, so down here on the right side, what do? We're going to have two extra divs, right? So we're going to have the one with the home links. So I'm going to say tab links. Actually, I'm going to say tab links, and then inside the tab links we're going to have so I'm going to say tab link 1 and tab link 2, right? So tab link 1, and then tab link 2 right under it, right? Let me do it here. Tab link 2. Okay, let me make this a number. Yeah, tab link 2. Okay, then we have the first tab link that we have is going to be what? Home, right? And the second tab link is going to be timeline. Okay, so we have the timeline and the home. Now what do we do next? We want to have the icons that basically if you go here into our project, let me refresh. Okay, then that means we sort of have some errors going on here. let's check. Let's look at the reference. The logo is not defined. Logo is not defined. So I'm just gonna go back. Says logo is not defined. Maybe it's not imported. So I'm going to import it. Okay. So now that we've been able to import it, we can check, and then it's here. Okay. So we have social, home, and timeline. Okay. So home and timeline. Then I think it's way too light, right? Let me go back to Google Font and see, because I remember it had some extra stylings to it, so that we at least be able to handle. So I'm going to copy this extra one, and then I'm going to go into the index here, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, let's go back, and then into the project, and then we should see everything seems more normal now. So okay, right now we have the two nav links here, home and timeline, right? So what do? I want to add the the icons that follow, right? So now that we've been able to get this, I want to say tab icons. Okay, so tab icons here, we are going to be passing in a number of things, right? A number of icons that we need, right? So but before that, we want to create the first div for the first icon. So I'll take tab icon 1, and then basically that one is going to contain the person. So it's like the profile icon or something, right? So for that, we might want to go and get our icon from React icons. So I would say person. Okay, yeah, I think this is the best one. Okay, IO person sharp. Okay, so I'm copying this. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna paste it. Now that I have that in here, I can just import IO person. Okay. Right. Now that I have IO person, I want to create me a span of 1. Right. Okay, now I have this span. So this span is basically what is going to represent the badge or notifications, if you get what I'm trying to say, right? So we have the span attached to this. Let us basically create a class name, because there are going to be some stylings, and you can basically copy this. Oh no, you can basically copy this and then paste it here, and then paste it here as well. Then over here we can say 2, we can say 3, and then what are the changes that would make? We need the chat, so I'm gonna go into React icons and I'm gonna search for chats. Okay, I think I'm gonna take this one. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. And then over here. Okay, let me just import it as usual. Import it. Then over here I would use this is 1, 2, so chats. Chats. Right. So now that we have the chats, we want to add the last icon, which is the notifications, right? So what do we do to that? Let me change this to 2, so that we can easily identify in 3. Then I'm gonna go for the notifications icon. So here I'm gonna say notifications. Okay. Then I'll just copy this, and I'll go back to VS Code, and then I would paste as well, and then paste it here actually. Okay, so now that it has been pasted there, you would want to, now that it has been pasted there, we want to go back and check our progress on the site, and we move on to the next thing if everything is okay. So now as you can see, this is the logo, we have the search bar, and then this is the search input which would style, then this is the home link and the timeline, and we have all of these. So we would style them, and then you realize how simple things should look like, right? Okay, so let's keep going. So we're going to go straight into the styling, right? Now moving on into the styling, I'm going to go back to the top div, the biggest div that we have, and then we're going to pass in some class names, right? Now what is the first class name you want to pass? You want to pass in the height. You want to say the height is going to be 50 pixels. Okay, it's going to be 50 pixels. Now that we have 50 pixels on there, what do we do? Oh my cursor key not working. What do? We have our width being full. Okay, we have a full width, and then here we are going to set that bg to green 600. Okay, we have the bg green 600. Now that we have that, what do we do next? Now we have our display flex. Okay, we have our display flex, and then we have our items center, right? And then we want to send a position sticky. Okay, and then we want to make sure that the top of that position is 0. All right, now that we've been able to work on that, we want to basically set the flex positions, or the flex filling sizes of these left, center, and right div items, right? But it looks like Tailwind doesn't just have that type of flex control right off the bat. So what we're going to do is I'm going to create like this style prop, and then I'm going to pass in the flex in myself. So I'm going to say flex here, and then this flex is going to be what? This flex is basically going to be 3. Okay, then what I can do is I can copy this and then pass it on to this, to the center here, pass it on to the center, and set this to 5, and then I can do same for right, and set this to 4. Okay, so now that I've been able to set this up real quick, we need to make sure that, I think when we go back and look at this, I think we are just left with one more thing, that is the profile picture, right? Now I went to pixels and I went to find me profile picture. I think, which one was the one I took? It was right around this side somewhere, but regardless, it's already in my VS Code. So I'm going to go into the assets. So what happens is, when you get the profile picture, you just drag and you just drop it, right? Just drag and drop it inside your assets folder here, and it should be here. I can just rename it to profile pic.jpg. Okay, so I can rename to profile pic.jpg, and then I'll just import it. Alright, so this is how I'm going to import it real quick. I'm going to say import profile pic from, now just set the path to assets, alright, to assets, and then I can say what, profile pic.jpg basically. So now that we have profile pic.jpg, I would go into okay, this is where this one ends, this is where this other one too also ends. So what I can do is I can basically add this one and say what, profile pic, right? Profile pic div, profile pic div. Right, inside the profile pic div, I can pass in an image. I can pass in an image. Now inside this image, I'm going to pass in the variable that we imported, right? So I'm going to say what, profile big. Okay, now that I have this, I'm going to go into the class name section, and then I'm going to say that I'm giving it a width of let me give it a specific width in pixels. So I'm just going to say 32 pixels, and then I'm going to give it a specific width of a specific height of what, 32 pixels over here. Alright, now that I've been able to do that, let us go back and see what we have inside our project. Okay, so as you can see, there has been a division. Just in case you can't really see the division, okay, I'm going to set this to object cover so that it doesn't look stretched. Just going to set this to object cover because right now it looks a bit stretched. Alright, yeah, now it looks okay. So what I'm going to do is over here, just so you can see the differences, I'm just going to set this one to BG red maybe 300 or 400 at least, right? BG red 400. I'm gonna come here, set the BG yellow, then I can come here and set BG blue. Then you should see the differences in the flex changes that we made, right? So over here, this is where we are going to start making our changes, right? But before that, let me just go and clean up everything that I've done with the stylings. Okay, and then from there we can move on to the next step. Alright, so we are back and we want to go on into the logo. Right now we want to come here and then apply certain styles, right? Because when you go back into the browser and look at the logo, it certainly doesn't look like one. So what we want to do is I want to say that it's basically going to want to have a number of things, right? Now what I can do is I'm just gonna create like a class name, and then see that this logo is going to have a text of white first of all, and then I want to say that the font is going to be bold. Yes, the font, I want font bold. Okay, now let me go and check how it's looking like. Okay, it's looking pretty cool. Now what am I going to do? I'm going to increase the font size really quick. I'm going to say text LG. Let's see text LG first before we see if we'll do it. No, text LG isn't that big, so what we'll do is we'll make it text XL. Okay, text XL, which should make it a lot more bigger. Then we give it like a margin left right here. So what are we going to do? I'm going to say that we are going to give it like a margin left of 24 pixels or something. So margin left of what, 24 pixels. Yeah, so 24 pixels. Now let's go back and look at it. Okay, so this one looks like something we can use. Okay, so now that we have this working like we expected to, what do we do next? We want to go into the search, right? I want to go into the search. So what do we do? I want to go back into the Navbar, and then inside the search over here, I want to add certain class names, right? So first of all, the first class name that we want to add to our search, okay, the first class name that we want to add to our search is basically width, right? So what do? We say that width is going to have a full width. It's going to have a height of a specific height of what, 30 pixels. So you're going to give it a height of 30 pixels here, right? Now after we have the height, we want to say that the BG, okay, the BG is going to be what, white as usual. Okay, now the BG being white, we are going to have the border radius. We're going to have the border radius. So for the border radius, we are going to do a rounded because it's still width, right? So you want to give it like a rounded MD. Okay, let me see how that looks actually. Okay, rounded MD. No, I don't like this one, so I'm going to make it a LG. So rounded LG actually. So I'm going to say rounded LG. Okay, then okay, I'm going to have to increase the rounded a bit. Rounded XL. Let's see what we get from that. Okay, I think this one is pretty cool. Okay, I'm guessing this is like the actual search bar. All right, so now that we've been able to work on that, we want to make sure that it's a display flex, and then we are aligning the items, right? So what are we going to do? I'm going to say flex, and then we align the items. So we say item center. Okay, now that we've been able to do that, and we go back, you should see that they are inside here. Okay, now what do we do next? What do we do to search icon that is here, right? I want to go back into VS Code. Right, and make certain changes, right? So for the icon, for the search icon here, I'm going to add like a class name. And I'm going to increase the size a bit. So I'm going to increase the size and give it I think I can see the sizes when I give space here. So I can say MD, or I think LG. Yeah, can give it like a large text or something. Let's go back, and you see that the size should increase with a fair amount. And then over here, what I can do is I can give it like this. I can give it this margin left, and then the margin left is going to be, I'm going to give it the margin left, that is margin left. I think let me give it 10 pixels and see. Okay, so 10 pixels is okay. And then I'm basically going to now okay, so now that I have the margin left in here, I would want to move on into working on this one, which is the input search, right? So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to set the width to full. I'm setting the width to full, and then I am basically going to set an on focus. Now when I focus on it, I want to make sure that I'm removing the outline. So I'm going to say outline should be set to none. Now let's go back and see how everything looks over here. Alright, so I want to remove the background color. Okay, so I'm going to set the BG none. I'm going to set the BG to none, and then I'm going to go back over here. Okay, it's like I can still see the BG in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove, okay, I'm going to basically remove, or I'm going to reduce the size. Actually, I'm going to reduce the size. So I would say I'll give it like a margin right or something. Let me see. Let's give it a margin right of, let's say, 10 pixels as well, and see what the changes that we. Okay, so as you can see, it is in here. Let's give it a margin left as well, or just give it a margin of 10 pixels in general. Let's see what we get out of it. Okay, so now you can see that there's a little bit of some separation between this one and the search. Okay, so now that we've been able to work on this, we can now make our simple changes over here. Okay, so let's move on to those changes now. Alright, so working on the right div, right, what you're going to do is we're going to set this to flex. Okay, then we're going to set the items to center. Okay, now that we have the items at center, we want to say justify around, right? So justify around. Then we want to set the color, or the text color, of all these other ones to what? White, right? So we set it to white. Now let's go and check it out and see how it looks. Alright, so we've been able to come up with this really cool design out here, right? Now what are we going to do next? We want to work on the links, right? These links, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the tab links, right? And then we're going to set these styles. I'm going to set up the font size, right? So I'm going to increase the font size. So I'm going to say so text LG. Let's see, text LG actually. Text LG is pretty okay to, as in my own view. then text LG here. Then I have, what else do I want to add? I want to make sure that it's a cursor pointer. I want to make sure it's a cursor pointer, and then let's not forget that it still looks okay. So what we can do here is we can just set this to span. We can just set this to a span actually, so that they just go closer to themselves instead of rather turning them into a flex box again. So let's just make it a span here. Let's make this one to a span as well. Then go back to look at it. Okay, now they look okay. So what I can do is I can create like this margin left and margin right here between themselves actually. So margin right, then I'll set that margin right to be 10 pixels. Then let's go and look at it and see. Okay, it looks like it's controlling the full thing. We don't want that to happen. So what we could do right now is we could just clean this up and then set it as a flex again, and then set the gap, to be, let's say, 10 pixels. Set the gap to be 10 pixels. Let's go back and check. Okay, the gap is 10 pixels actually. Okay, that looks fine to me. Then I want to set the fonts. Not the font actually, or I think I should set the font to I don't want okay, let's set the font to semi-bold. Yeah, semi-bold is okay. Then I'll go back to check on how it looks. Okay, there's no really any big change that has been made. There's no really any big change. I want to go to the logo and make a quick change here. I want to set this to extra bold, so that we can differentiate between the logo and the links here. So the links here, I want to set it to bold. Let's see if it affects it. Okay, it looks like it's not affecting it. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this, I'll just cut it out, and then I'll place it inside here. Place it inside here as well. And let's go and check. Okay. So this is quite okay. And then what can we do next? Now that we've been able to have these two links working hand in hand with each other, what we want to do is we want to add the icon badges, right? So now for the top bar icons that we have over here, the tab icons, we can set that to a flex. Okay, we can set that to a flex, and then the items that we have in here, right? So icon 1 and all these other ones, the div that is containing them, what we want to do is we want to set that to first of all cursor pointer. Actually, let's set that to cursor pointer. Let's set that to cursor pointer. Then we say it's going to have a position relative, right? Position relative. Relative actually. Relative. Right. So now that we have that working, let me look at it and see how it looks like. Okay, relative, right? So now that we have that, I want to go into the icon badge and work on a few things. Okay, so over at the icon badge, which is this one, right? What do we want to do? We want to set the width to 15 pixels actually, to 15 pixels. Then I want to set the height also to 15 pixels. Okay. No. To 15 pixels. Then over here, what we want to do is we want to add a BG red. Okay, so the BG red that we want to have there, would green go with red? Let's just use red and see how it feels. Okay. Let's see. We're taking this to so BG red. Then we have the rounded full. Right, rounded full. okay, so that it becomes a circle. As we can see here, it's not that much of a circle because of a few things we need to handle along the line. So I would say the text color should be what? Text white. Okay, now that we've gotten the text white, I want to say that the position is going to be what? Absolute. And then we set up the top to be the top is going to be what? -5 pixels, so that it goes inside through the left hand. And then we also set the right also to -5 pixels. Set the right to -5 pixels here, -5 pixels over here. Then what else do we add? Let's go and look at it. Okay. So you can see the changes being made. Over there. Now what do? We want to make sure that inside this circle that we had over there, inside the circle that we have here, we want to do a little bit of some changes in here, right? So what are the changes? I want to make sure that the one is inside and all these little changes. So I'm going to say that I'm going to set it to display flex, and then I'm going to align the items. So I'm going to do item center, and then I'm going to say justify center as well. Then I'm going to set the font size to be something a little small, so I'm going to say text SM. Then let's go and look at it and see. Okay, so you can see the small changes that have been made inside here, but I can see that I think I need a little bit of some padding and some size to it. So okay, I'm going to check something over here. So before we apply anything, I want to make sure that I'm transferring the classes. To the rest of them. So I'm going to copy this and paste it. I'm going to copy this as well and paste it. Okay. And then let us look at them together before we make any other change. Okay, this is weird. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm basically going to clean up. I'm going to do this really quick clean up here. Okay, yeah, the reason why it's right off, you can just copy this and paste this as well. We need the position to be relative on these divs, so I'll just copy and paste this. As well. Okay, so I'm sure if I go and check on it again, yes, and now it looks okay. Now I can see that these ones and these ones are inside the same div. Let me fix that real quick. So inside here, I'm going to copy this, and then I'll hold Alt and I'll bring it down. Let's see the changes that we see. Let's go and check on the changes. Okay, it seems way too far. Way too far. But okay, I think we can just increase the font sizes here and see. Where is it? So the icons here, I can just say that the text should increase. So I'll say Excel. Let's see what happens. Okay, Excel seems to be a little bit okay. And then I want to increase the individual font sizes of the icons as well. So I'm going to say the class, and then I'll increase the sizes a little bit. Let me see the changes that I see here. Still the same Excel. I'm going to say double Excel. Double Excel seems to be much better. Then I'll come here and make another change to the rest of them. So I'll just copy this class and then make another change to this one as well. And then I feel like at the end of the day, we should have something that looks nice as this, but I want to give it some gaps, so that we can be able to identify them and then boost how nice it looks. Okay, so I'm going to come here and I'm going to add some gaps to it. So I'm going to say the gap should be something like 10 pixels. I want a gap of 10 pixels. Okay, let's go and look at it. Okay, so now it looks nice. I want to change the styling of my profile picture here. So I want to go back here, and then I'm going to go into the profile picture side, and I'll set the rounded to be what? Full. I'm going to set the rounded to be full, and then when we go back to look at it, we should see it looking as professional as usual. I'm going to set it to cursor pointer. Okay, cursor pointer, and I'm going to set cursor pointer on our logo as well. So the logo there, if I can just set the cursor pointer here, then at this point in time we can see that everything should be nice and clean. Okay, works and work. Okay, so now that we have the navbar working, we can now move on to the next part, of which I'm trying to say that the next part is basically creating the thing that is going to be working through the body, or we are going to be seeing through the body. So obviously we are going to have to start with the sidebar. So this side at least should take the sidebar, then the middle part should take the news feed, okay, and then this side is basically going to take the right bar. Okay, so now that we can see all these arrangements, our main goal here in general is to make sure that we are creating a layout whereby we can place these things as sidebar, news feed, and also right bar. Okay, so now that we know this, let us get right into it. So I'm going to go back into my VS Code, right, and then I'm going to create these components, right. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to come here and then create a new folder, and I'm going to say what? Sidebar. Then inside the sidebar I am going to say sidebar.jsx. okay, then now that I have that, also I am going to go back into the components and create a new folder that is what name am I going to give that? So I'm going to say news feed. Okay, so news feed, and then inside the news feed I am going to say what? Newsfeed.gsx. okay, newsfeed.gsx. And then what else? Over here too I can create another one and say what? Right bar. Okay, now just in case you find it annoying recreating like that, here's what we can do, but it's a little bit of a long process, but I mean, once you're able to navigate through, I think you should be fine. So what we can do is, you see right now we're in the client folder, right? Client, right? So what I can, if you're in Windows, it wouldn't take you to the clients directly, so you're going to have to cd into the client, right? So now that we are in the client already, what we are going to do is we're going to go into the part of the folder where we are going to be creating the new folders, right? So what we are going to do is I can cd, and then let's say you don't know what, you can't see what is inside, you can use ls to list all of them, and then you can just cd into any of them. So I would cd into what? src, right? Let's say src is too long, I can't type it, I can just press s and then press tab, and then it should complete it for me, and I press enter. So once I'm inside the src, I'm going to cd into the components. Okay, then I'm going to then inside the components I can just make dir, right? I can make directory and say something like feed, right? Then it should create that folder for us, and then I can cd into the feed, and then I can touch, I can touch feed. So I can touch what? Feed.gsx. okay, and then it should create that for us inside the feed, right? Okay, so now that we know this, we can move on. This is just a quick trick for you to note or know about, right? Okay, so I think I can close this. Okay, but we don't need this right now. So what we are going to do is, at the sidebar, the news feed, okay, I need to create the right bar component. So I can say right bar dot gsx, actually dot gsx. Okay, now that we have news feeds, right bar, and sidebar, let us create the components inside them individually. So I'm going to say rafce, enter, and then it creates that, and then I come here and say rafce, enter, and I have rafce, enter as well. Alright, so now that it works as we expect it to, what do we do next? We would go into our home really quickly. We are going to go into the home, and the home is inside the pages. Okay, so the home page is what we have here, and then what we can do is let's say we don't know what we are doing, right? I'm just going to import them. So I can say sidebar. I can say sidebar here, right? And then import. Error. Let me try something. Let me try importing the next one and see if I'll still get the error, right? So I'm importing another one, and I'm going to make that NewsFeed. Wait, what is going on? I'm going to import the last one. Maybe it should work, right? I mean, that's what you say. I mean, the mindset of someone who is new to this. Let me import a new one. So I'll say what the next one is what RightBar, right? But still, there's an error. Okay, so what would you have done? You would have gone to Google the problem, right? But hey, I'm presenting the solution right here. I mean, that's why you're in the channel, to get solutions to your problems and also learn faster, right? Okay, so let's learn how to fix this. So what we are going to do is, inside React, you can't just align the components like that inside the return statement. So what you can do is you can put them in a fragment. Okay, so you have the fragment, and then what you can do is I can just place the cursor here. So this is a really nice trick, right? You can place the cursor here, and then you can hold alt and then bring them down. Okay, so let me reverse it. So you just have the cursor here, right? And then you hold alt and then bring it down. Then that's it. It should work how you expect it to. Then now if I scroll down, you should see that everything should be working as we expect it to. So yeah, it works fine. Okay, so if we go inside our browser to go and see, you can see the sidebar, the news feed, and the right bar, right? So how do we, so I said that our main point is to make sure that we are arranging them like this and having their spaces, right? So what I can do is we can give we can put all of these three things in a div and then make it a display flex so that they come together in a row. Okay, so what we can do is I can just say, I can just create it like a quick div. Okay, I can just quick a quick div, or even since you're using emit, I can just say flex. Okay, then it gives it a class name here, and then over here I can do the same thing, right? Okay, so the alt, and then I just use the arrow, the down arrow, and then I bring it down. You see, hold alt, so hold alt, up arrow takes it up, hold alt, down arrow brings it down. Hopefully you remember how to do it. Okay, so now that we have them here, if we open the browser, you should see them being arranged. Okay, now they are arranged. Now how do we arrange them in here? There are a number of ways. You can use percentages, and I think you can use CSS grid. I've not tried it though, but I mean, you can try. You can use, I think you should be able to use CSS grid. But yeah, here's what we are going to do. We are going to use our flexbox as usual. So inside the sidebar, I'm going to go inside the sidebar, and then I am going to say that I'm going to create like a class name. Okay, for Tailwind, it doesn't have it like straightforward for us to implement it. So what we can do is you can add like a style prop, and then inside the style prop add another curly braces. Then we can say flex, right? Then we can say, so we are going to give it a, so basically we are going to give it a flex of 3. Okay, can give it a flex of 3. Okay, flex of 3. Then we can go into the newsfeed and then give it a flex of 5. Okay, so style prop, and then give it a flex of 5. Okay, flex of 5. And then inside the sidebar, okay, we've done that. Right bar, we've not done right bar. So for the right bar, you can give it a flex, a style prop, okay, and then a flex of 4. Okay, so what happens is when I save, Prettier just tries to format it in a nice way. I just undo it, so there's nothing really wrong or magical going on here. So yeah, so style 4, and then so let's just go and look at how it has been arranged. So yes, as you can see, it has been arranged nicely. Okay, nicely. We could also try to increase the size of this. Should we do that? Should we do that? But increasing, flex box, arranging them with this method, it should be simple. It's just you assigning the values and just making sure that, so let's say we want to reduce the value, or let's say we want to increase the value of the news feed, right? So that the right bar goes here a bit. What we can do is we can just So the right bar, for instance, we can reduce the size to like 3.5, and then for the newsfeed too, we can increase the size like 5.5, right? And then go and check, and then you should see it shift to the right like that, right? So yeah, I mean, if we add the borders, you should be able to see them. Let me see, let's add borders and see. So class name, border, or let's give them their BGs, right? So BG, let's say BG red, and like give it like some 600. Then let's give this one another class name. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this too. Oh, I mean, I could have just put it there, right? Yeah, so I just give this like green. Wait, did I give the other one the same color? I think I changed it. Oh, oh damn, that was so unconscious. So I'll give this like blue or something. Okay, so blue, and then I'll go here, and then you should see them being arranged as you expect them to. So the rest of them we just handle as we keep going. Okay, so I'm just going to undo all these things, bring them back to normal. I just wanted you to see how they work in general, and yeah. Okay, we are done with this part, and then we want to work on the sidebar and its components, right? So basically what I'm going to do is I am going to go into the sidebar now, and this is the style flex theme. So what I'm going to do is I want to make sure that, you see, if I add a class name here, if I add a class name and I say bg red 600, and then I go into my browser, you can see that this is the height of the sidebar. So I want to stretch it out to reach here, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to quickly go back into VS Code, and then I would come here, and then I'll calculate the height, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass in the height, right, the height property, and then for the value of that property, I'm going to pass in calc. Okay, so calc is going to take in, so calc is basically going to take in I'm trying to get the, okay, so calc is basically going to take in 100 VH, okay, 100 VH minus 50 pixels. Okay, now why are we taking the 50 pixels? The 50 pixels is basically the height of this, right? So if we just leave it at 100 VH, you would see that it will overflow through the page. But once you deduct 50 pixels from it now enters under this navbar, right, or top bar basically. So now that it is here, that it has been worked out, we want to now put in some elements, right? Now I would want to just start putting elements in here straight up like that, but no, if I do that, I'm going to have to be setting some paddings and stuff, which is going to now increase the size of this, which I wouldn't want, right? So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a wrapper, or I'm going to basically add in another div inside this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and clear this off. I'm going to clear this off actually. I'm going to take this off really quick. I'm going to take this off really quick, and okay, take this off. Okay, sure. Then over here I'm going to create another div basically. Okay, now inside this div that I've created, I am going to have like a list. Okay, basically let me add the bg here. Let me add the bg so you see it. So we have bg red, okay, bg red, and it's going to be bg red. Let's give it 600 so that you see it well. Okay, let's add a border to it as well. Okay, I think it's here somewhere, right? So now that we have that, we want to do a few things, right? We want to do a few things real quick. Now what do we want to do? We want to have this thing, right, having a padding, right? So the padding, we are going to give it like a p. Alright, so we want to make sure that we have a padding, so we're going to give it like a padding of p 20 pixels in general. I'm going to give it like 20 pixels, and then I'm going to look inside, and then you should see that it has this 20 pixels in there, and then anything that we put inside wouldn't stretch out, you feel me? So now what are we going to do? I'm going to create me a list over here, right? So inside this list, I'm going to say ul li, right? And then inside this ul and li, we're going to have an icon and then the span of its name, right? So what we can do is we can go into, we already installed React icons the other time, so I can just go into the React icons page, okay, the React icons page over here, and then we can put in the searches, right? So basically I can like create a span here, and I can say something like okay, so on Facebook they write feeds, right? So let's just use feeds, right? And then over here I can go back to my React icons and I can search for feeds. Let's see. Why do I feel like taking this one? Let's take this one. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. Real quick, and then I will come here, paste that. Oh no, I wouldn't paste that here. I'll paste it here actually, and then over here I can copy this and then now use it inside the components, paste and use it, right? So if we go back to check through, you should see the changes being made here, of course. Alright, so now that we can see the changes being made, we would want to do a few things. Okay, so first of all, I would not apply the stylings here just yet. I would want to create the other ones, right? Right? So I can just duplicate this, duplicate, and also okay, and so duplicate this side as well. How many do we have? Let me just input these new ones. So I'm going to set this to videos. Actually. Videos. I'm going to set this to groups. I'm going to set this to chat. Okay. Let me clean this. I'm going to set this to chat. Then what else? I'm gonna say bookmarks. Okay. What else am I gonna say? I'm gonna say questions. Okay. I'm gonna say questions. I'm gonna say jobs. Okay. And I'm gonna say courses. Okay. And events. So courses. Okay, and what? Events. Okay. Alright, so now that we have these bad boys here, okay, this is not supposed to be like this. I'm gonna create a span and passing chats through the span. Okay, so this is it. And then over here, if we go back, because we've not changed the icons inside, you should see it appear like this, of which we should be fixing in no time. Okay, so what I'm going to do is for the videos, I'm going to go back and search for videos. Okay, videos. I like this one. I'm gonna pick this one real quick. I'll go back here and then I would import that. Okay, I'm gonna import that and use that in here. Alright, so I want to end the video, not end it, but pause it here. Then I'll make sure that I take care of all these things just so I wouldn't waste your time. Okay, then when we are back, we now move on into the more important things. Alright, so we're back, and we've been able to fix all the new icons with the lists, right, as we expect them to. So when we go back in here, we should see them being placed right here. Alright, okay, so now that we have them being placed at their respective positions right now, we would want to edit the list, right, or we want to style the lists, right, individually. Right, so I'm gonna try something here. I mean, there are a number of ways we could do it, right? We could like pick just one list. Okay, we could pick just one list and then send the class name and be like, we want to give it a padding of 0, we want to give it a margin of 0, okay, and then we want to give it a flex, okay, and yeah, and then we can just do something like this, right? But here's the thing, we are going to have to copy this and place it here, copy and copy and copy. So let us go back and to see the results of what we have. Okay, so as you can see, it has just affected this. Now let us try another thing to see if this will work. So I'm going to basically undo this, and I'm basically going to take this class name that I have here, and I'm going to see if whether I use it here it would work. Now let's check and see. Okay, so now you can see it is messed up. Okay, so because we don't want any of this to happen, what can we do? Okay, what can we do? A more efficient way to do all of these things is to basically now use the global styling component, right? So what I can do is I can pass in this, and I can say sidebar list. Okay, now after giving this sidebar lists thing, I can go into the global styling like app.css, and then I can call this class name. Now what am I going to do? I'm going to give this a greater than symbol, and I'm going to list all elements that have this list element. Okay, so now what does this mean? I'm calling this class name, right, which is the UL. So if I go into the sidebar here, this thing, and then the greater than sign is saying go into what is inside that tag, and then pick up all the elements that have the list tag attached to them, right? So now when I pick them up, what can I do then? I am basically going to say that over here I can pass in the padding of 0. My keyboard right isn't working, so margin 0 as well, and then I can say what display flex, right? Now if I go and check through, you should see that everybody has been arranged accordingly, basically. So it works as we expected to. Okay, so now let us increase the font sizes of these bad boys really quickly. Okay, so basically we are going to say that the list items are going to have a flex center, and then the margin bottom, which is 20 pixels. Okay, so that they have like the spaces in between them. Okay, and then while that is also going on, we can come into the icons, and then we can come to the icons and also give them their respective stylings, right, which can be the margin right. Okay, but you could also give the text to also their margin left. So let's just do this so that I don't get even more confused. Let us make this simple by just doing it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back, or even this list that we have here, it's already display flex, right? We can align the items center. Okay, and then what do? You know what, let us do something. I'm going to take this part out. Okay, I'm going to take this part out, and I'm going to place it on I'm going to go back into the sidebar. I'm going to use that here. So I'm going to say M0 P0 here, right? Let's see the changes. Okay, it's much better now. Okay, now that we have this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the list that we have here, right? And then we're going to now set this to display flex, then align item center, and then we are going to want to give them some spaces under each and every single one of them. right over here, the spaces. Then I'm going to go back and then say margin bottom. I'm going to give it 20 pixels. Let us see what is going on. Margin bottom 20 pixels. That's cool. Okay, then I'm going to go into the icons and give them their respective margin rights. But if I go into the icons, I'm going to have to edit each and every single icon respectively, but I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is just going to give the okay, if I don't want to do that, I guess I don't have any other choice actually. Okay, I think I can do that to the spans. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and then place it on the spans here. So I think the list, then span, right? I can do this for the span. Then over the span here, I can give it like a margin left. Okay, let's give it a margin left of say 10 pixels and see the results. Okay, now we have something we can work with. But let's go back here and then increase the font sizes because they seem to be a little bit too small. So I'm going to say font size, and I'm going to give it a font size of 24 pixels. Let us see the changes that we would make. 24 pixels seems to be a little bit too big. I'm going to change the feed text real quick. So let's give it 16 pixels. 16 pixels actually. Let's test that out. Okay, it seems small. Let's give it 20. Let's give it 20. Okay, let's give it 20. 20 pixels should be better. Okay, 20 pixels is good. Okay, now that we have this, let me change this text real quick. I'm gonna go into the sidebar here and I'll change this to feed really quickly, and then we should see the changes. Nicely done. We already have these ones assigned to them nicely. So basically what we are going to do next is we are going to add one button under that should help us see more. I'm going to name that button see more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here after the UL, I'm going to add the next button. So I'm going to put that in a div. I'm going to say div.button. Okay, and then inside this button div, I'm going to create like a button. Okay, and then this button is going to have some class names, but before, let me just give it the name see more. Okay, then let's give it a class name, so we can say that it's going to have like no border. Let's not give it a border just yet. Let us give it a rounded, and then we're going to give it a width. Okay, we're going to give it a width of 150 pixels and then a padding of 10 pixels. Okay, width of 150 pixels, width of 150 pixels, and then a padding of 20 pixels. 20 pixels actually. Okay, so now that we have this 150, 20 pixels rounded, let's give it a rounded full. Okay, let's go back. Okay, we can't see anything. I'm gonna let me first of all clear this BG that we have here. I'm gonna clear this BG that we have. Clear the BG that we have real quick. I'm gonna go back. Okay, so we can see the button here. Let us do something that will make us see what is here actually. So I'm going to take out the border as well, and then over here we can like add like a quick BG and give it a slate or something. Okay, let us see. Okay, let's not give it rounded. Let us give it rounded MD something. Rounded MD. Okay, and I think the padding Isn't the padding a little too much? Let's give it 10 pixels and see. Okay, yeah, I think this one looks way much better. And I'm going to add this line here. I'm going to add a line, so an hr tag. Basically, I'm going to add an hr tag here. So I'm going to say hr, and then I'm going to even have to style this hr. But before that, okay, let's look at the results. Okay, so the line is here. So while styling this hr, I'm going to give it like a class name and say margin top of, say, 20 pixels, and then yeah, margin top of 20 pixels, and then right under this I'm going to have to add another list. Okay, so I'm going to create like another div, and then this div is going to have another list, and then this list is going to contain a few things. So that is going to be my friends list. Okay, so we have an image here. I'm going to have an image, and then we're going to have a span with that image, right? And I'm going to name, so I'm going to say that this part is going to be let me say Sylvester Santi. Okay, so I have this, and then what am I going to do? Okay, now that I have this image, I'm going to have to pick up an image from pixels, and then I'm going to have to use it there. But we already have an image here, so we can just use that as a test, right? So let us try to import it. Okay, so we can import this image. So I can say test image from, then we can use this path. We can use the path that we have here. Okay, then I'm going to assets, and I'm going to type the same name, profile pic dot what, jpg, and I'm going to pick up this test image, and I'm going to drop it in here. Okay, now that I've been able to drop it, I'm going to say test image, or profile image, basically profile image. Then over here I can say something like so I'm going to create like a class name, and then the class name, so looking at the results you can see that it seems pretty big. This is a little bit absurd, it's weird for some reason, I don't know. Wow, I don't know why it looks different, but let's just edit it. I mean, we'll be using real images in the future, so let's just edit. So basically I'm going to make the size, so this is going to be 32 pixels with 32 pixels, height 32 pixels, okay, 32 pixels, and then I'm going to set it to rounded full, and then we are going to have yeah, I think that's it, size 32 pixels, random full, yeah, let us check. Okay, so the image isn't quite clear, but we can fix that later. I'm going to basically, as you can see over here, we can see that this image and then this text seem to be on a column type thing, so I'm going to use a display flex here just to arrange it how I want it to be, right? We can basically do the same thing for here as well. So what can we do in general? So because we already have this working for us, we can basically just pick up the class name that we have here, sidebar list. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and I can drop this sidebar list. Let's see the effect it has. Okay, that's a very nice effect that it has in general. Now we can individually take care of how the styling should look like. So it should have like a margin top as well. So in order for us to do that, let us just come here and say okay, I think we can add like the margin top over here. So I'm going to create like a class name here, and then I can say margin top, and then this margin top should be what, 20 pixels, and then we should see this really cool arrangement here. Okay, so now that we've been able to have this, what can we do? You can see that this image looks a bit weird, and then we can go back to check the styling, and then you can see that we have a few things we've not added. So one thing is what's the object fit, the object cover actually. Then it should be able to fit through this. Okay, now as you can see, it looks okay now. So I'm going to now duplicate this, then we add the last thing that we need to add. So basically, looking at this list here, I can come and then I can duplicate this really quick, and then when we come back, you should see that we would have to scroll the screen. It's not even enough for me to demonstrate what I'm trying to demonstrate. So I'd have to scroll through the screen before we get to the bottom of this. But we want to add a separate like a separate scroll for just the sidebar. Okay, but how do we do that? Actually, what we are going to do is we're going to add an overflow scroll, but in Tailwind it is an overflow y auto. So what do? I'm going to go back into VS Code. Let me undo. Okay, let's not undo it. Let's just leave it and then apply. Let's just leave it and apply the effects, right? So over here that we have this div, we can add what the overflow y auto. Okay, then if we come here and then we try scrolling, we should be scrolling on this instead. I'm coming 1 second. I think we would have to add it to this one instead. Yeah, gonna have to go back. Yeah, so you, as you can see, this is the overflow auto that is allowing us to navigate through the sidebar seamlessly. Okay, so let's reduce the slate color of the button here, then we move on. I'm going to make this 300 or 200 or something. 200, let's see. Yes, it looks more attractive. Okay, now let us edit the color of our scroll button here really quickly. Okay, so how are we going to do that? I'm going to basically use the global style file to handle this. Okay, but before we do that, we want to do a few things. Okay, we want to come here. Okay, come here, and then we say this. So over here we can see I can add something like custom scroll bar. So I can add like this custom scroll bar name over here, and I can copy that, and I can come to my app.css here. I can paste that, come here, and then inside here I'm not going to just put in any style. I'm basically going to be using WebKit, right? So how do I use this WebKit? What I can do is in here I can just add the WebKit. Okay, so WebKit what? Scroll bar, right? WebKit, then the scroll bar. Okay, should be here. So we can work with three things: the WebKit scroll bar itself, the WebKit scroll bar track, and then the WebKit scroll bar thumb. Yes, and then we're going to add one more style, which is the hover, right? So when we hover over it, what is the effects that would get, right? So let's work with the scroll bar first. So over here we can now make the width 10 pixels, of which I think it is already, but let's just specify it here. And then over here I can just duplicate this and then make this WebKit track here over here. Then I can set the background to be what? Let's just set it to F1. Okay, then over here I can set the thumb. Okay, I can set the thumb to be, I can set the background to be 888 real quick. Okay, Now you can see it's grayer than this, but I want to edit the grayness. Okay, so I want to make it a little gray like this. I think, yeah, I think this is okay in general. And then I would now work on the on hover of it. So here I'm going to say that the thumb, yeah, this is the thumb. Oh, see the mistakes that we'll be making. I have to use this hyphen here, and then the hyphen here as well, and then a hyphen here. Okay, so this is going to be a thumb, and then we are going to apply a hover effect. Okay, so over here we can set this to 555. Okay, so but this 555, I also want to make it a little, lighter than this. Let's give it 888. I think I would rather give it that one. Alright, so now that we have this, we can go back into our project and then see the changes that we have. So as you can see, we can now scroll, and then it looks a little bit nicer than before. Okay, so now that we have this, okay, I think I'm going to edit the thumb, but basically let me explain. So this is basically the scroll bar, right? And then the scroll bar has the width of 10 pixels as we gave it, and then the scroll bar track, okay, the scroll bar track is here where the scroll bar rolls on, right? It's rolled, right, the track. And then the scroll bar thumb is basically this, right? So we can even add like a border radius or something to see. Okay, so let's go to the thumb and add a border radius of 9999 pixels, and then let's go back to check how it looks. Yes, and it looks okay and looks better. Alright, so now that we've been able to work on the scroll bar and we're able to scroll through, I think we are done for the sidebar for now. In the next video, we'll move on to the newsfeed and then the RightBar. Right, so I'm going to go back here and then go into the newsfeed component. I'm going to want to clean. Let me zoom in. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so I can clean this up, and then what I can do is over here I can basically try to create a new component, which is the post feed component or upload post component, and then we can work on that, right? So over here what I can do is I can come here really quick. So inside the component I can create a new one and say what upload. So I want to upload upload posts, upload posts. I copy the name, I create upload post.jsx. okay, upload post.jsx. okay, and then I can say RAFCE. okay, so upload posts is here, and then now that I have this, what do I do next? I'm going to go into my news feed and I'm going to import it. Okay, so how do we import this? Oh no shift and this. So now that I have the shift, then I'll tell you what upload post, then I just close it up by using this as well. Yeah, so now that we've been able to import the upload post component here, I'm going to go into it, and then over here I can just go through. Then we're going to create a number of divs, right? So we're going to create, we already have the main div. Okay, we already have the main div, and then we are going to create another div in the main div that is basically going to handle everything that we have inside that our component. We can also call that a wrapper. Okay, so this is the main div. We can also make the wrapper here just so that you can recognize. I'm just going to give like a quick class name.
just so you can recognize it. Then inside the wrapper, we are going to have two divs, the one on top and the one at the bottom. So I'm going to say top here, and then right under the top I can say bottom. Okay, and yeah, let's save that and it becomes formatted. Now that we have the top and the bottom, let's just work on them individually. So what else do we need? Inside the top like this, we are basically going to add two things. We're going to have the image, and then we are going to have an input. Okay, so the image for the profile picture, right? So what we can do is let's import this profile picture. I want to import it from here, so I want to import this profile picture. Let me check. Okay, so let's import this profile picture, which is I could say profile pic. Let me check one more time. Microphone, okay, it works. Profile pic, then I can import it from, where am I importing the profile picture from? I'm going to go through this path, then the assets, then I can to profile pic dot jpeg. Okay, now that we have this, I can use it in here by calling this statement profile pic. Okay, then I am going to open the browser, and you should see it here looking all dirty and everything, but it should be okay after I'm done working on it. Alright, so I'm going to go back in here, and then I'm going to give it an alt of what, profile pic, just so we are sure. Okay, then after that, let us work on the let us work on this. Let's give it like a quick placeholder of what is on your mind. What is on your mind? Okay, now that we have that, let us move on to the next thing. Now that we have the top and the bottom, and we've been able to handle the things at the top, and then we are now moving on to the bottom. Before we go to the bottom, we want to add one more thing. We want to add like an HR. Okay, then after the HR or the line that we are adding, then we want to go into the bottom and handle a few things over there too as well. Now what are we going to handle? I am basically going to create another div, which is so basically what is this div going to do? Is going to handle the arrangement of some elements, right? So I have this other div. Then what else? Now that we have this div, we can now add a few other things here, and that's another div over here as well. Okay, so these are where the items are going to be. Now I can have like an icon, I can have an icon over here, and then under the icon we can have a span. So let me write a span, and then I would say something like media. No, let's use photo and video. Okay, let's use photo and video, that's better. Photo or video. Photo or video. Photo or video. Okay, now that we have that, I want to go into React icons really quick. Let's not try going back there. We already know how to do that in the previous videos, how to get icons from React icons in the previous videos. So let me just import them. So I'm going to import a number of things, right? I want to import the icons, which is what, md label. I want to import md label. Okay, I want to import what? Okay, let me import md label from React icons so that we can get the rest easily. So I'm going to import it from React icons. Okay, React icons /md, then I can import the md per media, then we have md emoji emotions. Okay, then we have md location pin. Okay, now that we have these bad boys here, I want to come back here and then add them. Okay, so I'm going to add the md per media really quick. Let's not add the rest for now, let us just work on them. So if we go back into the browser here, okay, if we go back into the browser here, we should see them under here. Okay, so as you can see, we have the image, we have this, and we have this, right? So what do we do next? Now that we have these bad boys here, we want to add one more button at the end. Okay, and then this button is what is going to upload, or what is going to handle the upload post. Okay, so let's just work on that as well. So over here, I want to go back into VS Code, and then over here I want to come down here and add the button, and I'm going to say, what should I say, upload or post? I'm going to say upload. I think that one makes more sense. Upload, yeah, that one makes more sense. Okay, so now that we have that, I am going to now style them as we need to style them. Now for the main div that we have here, we're going to add like a class name, and then we're going to give it full width of full, then we're going to give it h, and the h is going to have 170 pixels, that is like a border radius, so you're going to give it a rounded edge of lg, and then shadow md, you're going to give it shadow md. Okay, shadow md. Okay, so let us go back, and okay, you wouldn't see it as clear as possible. So after giving this, okay, let's make the shadow lg instead, shadow lg. Then over here for the wrapper here, we are going to give it p or a padding. Okay, we are going to give it a padding of 10 pixels. Going to give it a padding of 10 pixels. But let's work on the picture. Let us go to the picture here. Now for the picture, let's give it like a class name, and then inside the class names, you're going to give it a width, a specific width of 150 pixels. Let's give it a width of 150 pixels. Then over here for the height, we want to give it a height of 50. No, let's give it just 50 pixels. Why did I say 150? Then the height, let's give it 50 pixels. Then we have rounded full, because we want it to be a circle. Rounded full, we want it to be a circle. Then we have, let's give it like a margin right, okay, so that it separates itself from the text, the input text. Okay, so I want to say something like 10 pixels will do. And then let's give it the object cover. Let's give it the object cover. Object. So yeah, that is object fit, in case you're using normal CSS object cover. So object fit cover, it's the same thing. Alright, let us go back and look at the project. Okay, so as you can see, this is what we've been able to come up with. Let us keep working on the styling. I'm going to go back in here, okay, and then we want to, as you can see over here, you can see that this and this are not on the same line, which is disturbing, so we're going to fix that real quick. Okay, so I'm just going to come here. Okay, I'm just going to come here, and then I'm going to say flex. I'm just going to say flex, and then I'm going to give it an item center, or align item center. So yeah, this is it in Tailwind. I'm sure you've seen it quite a number of times already. Okay, now that we have that, you can go back into the browser and check, and you can see that they are on the same thing with the margin right over here. Now what do we want to fix next? You see, when we click on this, first of all, it's very small, and then second of all, we have this focus on it, or this outline there, that we would have to fix. Okay, so for that, let us go into the input and then style that as well. So I want to go into the input here, and then I want to give it a class name, and then start styling. So for the width, we are going to give it a width of 80%. So it's going to fill the div, so it's going to fill it, so 80%. So I'm going to do this 80%. Okay, now that we have this 80%, we are going to give it a focus property. Okay, so the focus property that we have here, then I'm going to give it outline none. Okay, now when we go back to go and check, you should see that when we click on it, it gives us, and then the length is pretty long, you know, it's not like the first one that we had. Okay, so for that, now that we've been able to fix that, let us go into the HR. And then for the HR, we are not really going to do much. We just need some spaces in between, you know, and then it should be able to separate the top from the down, make it look a little bit nicer than this. So for the HR, we are just going to give it like a margin, a simple margin. So let us give it a class name first, and then the class name inside, we are going to give it like a margin of a specific size. So I'm going to give it let's see, 20 pixels will do. Let's go and check. Okay, as you can see, it has been able to give it to it. 20 pixels is okay. Then what else? I think we would want to go into the next one, which is the button, and then we start styling, right? So what do we do now? So okay, in the bottom here, let's just arrange them nicely. So we're going to have flex, okay, and then item center, flex, and then item center. Then what else? We're going to give it a justify between, because we are going to duplicate them, so that when we duplicate them and we have multiple items inside, we're going to get the justify between all of these divs. Okay, so now that we have that, inside this div over here, we can add like a flex. Okay, but why are we adding the flex? Let me go and show you. So over here, you can see that when we did it like this, you can see that the upload button is now here in this. Okay, but now we need to make sure that this one and this one are on the same line, right? So because of that, we're going to give it like a flex. I need to go back. Yeah, yeah. So let us give it a class name of what? Flex. Okay, then this flex, then I'm going to say margin left, which is so that it moves away from the border side a little bit. So let's give it a margin left of let's see 20 pixels. Let's give it a margin left of 20 pixels. Then what else? I am going to go into this div. Okay, I'm going to go into this div and then fix up a few things. So now that we come here, you can see that we've been able to give it a margin left, a nice one, and been able to fix that. So now it's left with this one. Okay, so I'm going to go here and add a class name of flex, and then we are going to add the item center. So the item center here, then we are going to give it a margin right of 15 pixels. Okay, margin right of 15 pixels, and then a cursor pointer. Okay, all right, now that we have that, let's go back and look at the results. Now you can see it here. Okay, now that it's here, let us go back and fix a few things inside this media and how things should look like. So I want to come here and add a class name to it. So this class name, what is it going to take? I'm going to say that I'm going to give it this. I'm hoping it increases the size a bit. Okay, it doesn't, because it's not a text that we are taking. So let's just take this out, and let's just give it like a margin right of 3 pixels. Give it a margin right of 3 pixels. Then we can basically take this and then give it like a text color, right? And then the text color is not really a text color going to make a real difference, but the text color just adds colors to the icon, and it makes it look a bit better, a bit more better. Okay, so I'm gonna say text orange, then we are going to give it the orange of 600. Okay, nothing really big like that. Okay, so now that we have this, what else? Let's go back. Okay, so we have this and we have this. We want to make sure that we are giving it some margin right, okay, we already have the margin right, and then this. Okay, what else? So now that we have these, we can actually just duplicate this div like 4 times, and then you should see them duplicate like this. Then we just change the icons that come with them, right? So over here we can go back here and pick up the md label. Let's just copy md label, copy that, and bring it here, md label, and I'll name this to a label, to tags, right? I'll name this tags. Okay, and then I'll go back here, md emoji emotions, and I'll bring it back here and give that. Okay, then I'll take this md location pin and I'll fix it in here as well. Then the emoji, I'll just add emoji. I'll just make this emoji, and then here I'll say what location. Okay, now that I have this, let's change the colors a bit. Let us change the colors a bit. But what colors are we going to put there? The first one had orange. This one, let's give it blue. Okay, then let's give this one a yellow. Then for the last one, let's give it a green. Okay, then let's go back to see what we have. Alright, we have a pretty nice design over here, looking like the one that we had before. Okay, so we have this upload button that we have to style. Let us go back here. I'm gonna go into the upload button here. I'm gonna give it like a class name. Let's give it a class name. Now what are the class names? I want to give it a quick padding. No, let's give it a bg first so we know what is going on. Okay, so let's give it a bg green of what, 600, and then a text color. So let's give it like text white. Yeah, then let's go back to see. Okay, as you can see, this is it. So we can now see what is going on in there. So now that we have this 2 ones, we can now give it like a padding. Let's give it a padding of 7 pixels. I think that one sounds better. 7 pixels. Then over here we are going to say rounded what, LG. Okay, then we can go back to check, and yeah, here we have it. Let us just refresh and things should look a bit better. Okay, right. Okay, so for I think we can work a little bit on the font. Let's give it like a semi bold, or let's give it bold and see. Yeah, I think I like this one better. Okay, let's just go back to VS Code, and then we create a new component. We can say this is a post, so the actual post component, right? So what I can do is over here, the component, I can create like a folder, say posts, right? And I can create a post.jsx, and then this post.jsx RAFCE bring out the actual post component. Then we import it here. We import the post component. We import it over here. Now that we have it working as we expect it to, you should see it show over here. Okay, so I'm going to go into this post component, and then we are going to work on a few things, right? So what is the plan, right? So what is the plan? The plan is we are going to have a big div, right, like I showed before, and then we have
the section on the right and the section on the left, right? So we have the 3 dots here, and then we have profile picture, the username, and then the minutes. Then we have the caption, and then we have the picture with the reactions and the comments. All right, so let's work on that. So we have our main div here. Our main div is going to be the card. So how do we style the card? You're basically going to give it a full width, and then we are going to give it like a border radius. So I can say rounded MD, and I can give it like a large shadow. Let's give it a large shadow, and then we can give it like a margin top. Can give it a margin top of 30 pixels. Give it a margin top of 30 pixels. Let me check my mic. Okay, it works. Give it a margin top of 30 pixels. Then we have this margin bottom, and then we give that also 30 pixels. You won't be able to see the difference, but I think if I give it like a test background color, you should be able to see something. Okay, yeah, I've not given it the height, right? So let us add the next thing. So over here we're going to add another div that is going to give us the and this div is going to have like a padding, and then with this padding we are going to put in the other elements that we are going to put in, and that is what's going to help us see this main div, right? So let's give it a class name and give it a padding of a specific value of 10 pixels. Okay, oh come on, yeah, 10 pixels. What is wrong with this? Padding 10 pixels. Okay, then inside, if I just say span, yes, let us go and check what is there. Okay, you can see the difference that has been made over here, right? So we can continue working. Okay, so now that we have this div in there with its padding, what do? We want to add a few things, right? We want to add a div, right? Now this div is basically going to contain the profile image, the username, and then the minutes, right? And then lastly is going to, and then the last div is going to contain is the 3 dots, right? That is going to show the multi menus, right? The pop-up menus that we're going to manipulate our post with, right? So here's what I'm going to do. Let us create a div here. Okay, let us create a div. Then we can add the image, right? And we can add another span here that gives us the username. So I can say Sylvester Asante. Then what else do? I'm gonna add another span here. And then this span I'm gonna say 20 minutes ago. You know, all these things are hard coded. We would work on the main implementation in the next series. So let's just keep going. So now that we have all of these things here, I'm going to add this last div and right under it, right? I'm gonna add this div here, right? So this is the point where we are going to import a certain icon, right? So for the 3 dots, so what we are going to do is we're going to get it from React icon. So let's import it really quick. So import, then we open this up. Let me check my mic. Okay, mic still works. So we're going to import md, right? We are going to import md outline. Okay, md outline more vets. And where are we getting this from? I'm getting it from React icons, right? So now that we've been able to import that, we can bring out the md in here, right? Okay, so now everything has been arranged. We can add an image, but we can go and see what our things are going. As you can see, this is it, right? We have this. We can add the image here and quickly style it. Mistake. Okay, right. So now that we have this section here, let us import our image really quickly. So we can import profile picture again, as we always do. Profile pic, then we import it from the file path, inside this quotation. Okay, so I'll take it from assets, and then I'm going to say profile pic.jpg, right? Okay, now that we've been able to work on this, we can now replace it with this actually. Then we can say profile pic. Okay, then over here I can just copy this. I can just copy that and paste it here and say profile picture. Okay, let us write it well. Profile picture. Right, so it's a very nice alternative text that we can put in there. Now what do we do next? We can now style the picture, because when we go back here we will see something. Okay, it says profile pic.jpg doesn't exist. Okay, that is weird. Let me refresh. Okay, it says still it doesn't. Let me check really quick. It says profile pic. It's actually a small p. So when we go back to go and check, you should see that we have this really big thing that we do not want. Let me first of all take out this bg that we have. I'm gonna take out this bg red that we have. Okay, and 500. Right. Okay, then for here, let me style it really quick. Now let us make the width what? Let us give it a width of 32 pixels. 32 pixels. Then after giving it that width, we want to give it a height, okay, of another 32 pixels. Then what else do we want to do to it? We want to come here and then make it what? An rounded full. We want to make it a rounded full, right? And then finally we want to give it what? Object cover. Alright, so let us go back to see that it is working as we expect it to. Alright, now we want to arrange these things so that they look like we expect them to, right? So what are we going to do? Now that we have this padding being set, we want to come down here and then we add the class name, and then the class name is going to be a flex, then item center, to align item center. And then over here, now that we have that, we check, we should see the alignment. But how do we now do our separation? Okay, now we need to take note of a few things, right? We need to take note of a few things. Right, now we need to know that these things, right, these ones are here, right? But in order for us to be able to separate this dots from these items, we need to put them in another div that can contain both of them, right? So we take this one, hold alt, make sure that it's on the line 11. That is where this is. Hold alt, then bring it down. So arrow down is what brings it down. Arrow up takes it up. Arrow down brings it down here. Then I'll save. Okay, then what happens is that we can now add some stylings here. Now we can give it like a flex, okay, and then we can align the items at the center again. Now that we've been able to align them, we can justify between. Okay, now that we justify between, you should see it. Okay, it now looks a little bit better, but we need to give in some margins here just so that we can give in some spaces, right? So how do we do that really quickly? Now there are some ways we can do that. See, as you can see, all these items are in the same div, right? So over here we can like simply add a gap of let's say 10 or 5 pixels. Let's say 5 pixels for now, and check, and you should see that we have the spaces. But no, I wouldn't want something like that necessarily. So I wouldn't just want to give them gaps like that. So what I'll do is I'll just change and do something else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this span here that has your username, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add let's first of all give it a font bold. Okay, let us make sure that the font is bold, or let's say font weight. If you're using normal CSS, you set it to like 500, it will work for you. And then we have the margin left. Margin left is, you're going to give margin left to be 10 pixels, right? Yeah, 10 pixels. And then let's give a margin right as well. Let's give it a margin right as well, and let's see another 10 pixels really quick. Now you can see that it's bold, and it has been able to give it the 20 minutes ago space in it, space between this one as well. So what do we do now? Now that we've been able to work on that, I want to make sure that my 20 minutes ago becomes a little smaller. Now if you're using normal CSS, you could set it to like font size 24 pixels, but you can play around with that. But for Tailwind, what we can do is we can come here and then give it a class name of text sm. Okay, now that we have text sm here, what we can do is that we can come here to this icon, and then I would okay, let us look at the text first. As you can see, it has reduced, right? Let's go to the icon and style it, right? As you can see, the icon here seems a little bit too small, so I want to set a few properties to it, right? So this class name I'm going to do is I'm going to increase its size. So I'm going to give it a text size of XL extra large. Let's go and look at it, and as you can see, it has increased. I want to give it like a cursor pointer as well. Before I've already, you can see that, yeah, it now makes more sense. Do we want to add, let's give it a hover, or okay, you never mind, let's just keep going. All right, so we have this side here working well for us. What do we do now? We want to now be working on the caption section, and then the post picture section, right? So how do we work on that? Since we have these bad boys in their own div right here, what we can do now is to come down here again and then create another div. Okay, so you can see that we are separating this whole div, right? And then we are creating another one right under this. It's a bit confusing if you're now a beginner. That's why I'm taking my time to go through this. All right, so now under here that we have this div, what do we do now? We want to make sure that in this div we have the caption, right? So let's give it a span. Actually, so we can say this is a test post. Okay, this is a test post. Now inside this test post, we want to make sure that we are having an image in here, right? But this image is going to be a post picture, right? So I went to pixels and I went to get me some really cool pictures on pixels, and I think this is the one that I took. So I'm just going to drag it from the download section, bring it here, and just drop it over here. And then I'll just change the name by pressing enter. If I'm on a Mac, I'll just press enter, or you can right click and click on rename, and then you can say postpic.jpg, you know. Then after you have the postpic.jpg, you can go back here and then you can import this by saying import. Then you can bring out what postpic. Then we can import it from this path, which is what the assets. We can take it from the assets, and then we say what postpic.jpg. Okay, so now that we have this, we can come right under here and then we can apply it. So let us put it inside postpic, and then we can say post picture as well. Give it a really nice alt in case. So as you can see, the picture has been added beautifully, but it's not up to our standard or up to how we like it. So what are we going to do? Right now? We are basically going to add a few other elements before we now start doing general styling. But before we go there, let us make sure that we have styled the center part, which is the caption and the post picture, right? So inside the main div that contains the caption and the post pic, here's what we are going to do. We are going to add a margin top, right? So over here we want to separate it. We want to separate this from the title part, so we want to give it a margin top. Okay, so the margin top, we're going to give it a margin top of what, 20 pixels. Yeah, 20 pixels should do. Margin top of 20 pixels. And then over here we want to give it a margin bottom of another 20 pixels. Margin bottom of another 20 pixels. Then what else are we going to do? Then we want to make sure that the post pic over here that we have is going to have its own class name, and then for that reason we need to make sure that we are correcting a few things. Okay, now what are the properties that is going to have? We're going to make sure that this one also has a margin top, so that we separate it from the caption as well. So like a margin top of 20 pixels, which is really cool. 20 pixels. Then we can come here as well, and then we can add a full width, and that is with 100 pixels, 100%, yeah, width for 100% if you're using real CSS. Okay, and then object cover. Okay, no, let's use object contain, because if we use object cover and let's say you upload a vertical image or something, if you use object cover and you upload an image that doesn't fit the ratio or the real size that we're going to give this, the max height and everything that we're going to give it, you realize that at the end of the day some parts of the photos will be cut out. But when we do it contain, it will try to fit through the ratio, but it's just that it will just be a little small, but it should fit and it should look good. Okay, so let's make it object contain instead. All right, now let us set the maximum height. Let us set the maximum height. I think it's h max, right? Yeah, h max. Then the maximum height is going to be what, 500 pixels, right? Yeah, maximum height is 500 pixels. Okay, then what do we do now? After we've been able to work on these bad boys here, I'm just a little unsure about this property. So let's do that on a plain inline style prop. Let's do that on a plain inline style prop. Let's set the max height here. Max height here, we have it here. Let's set that to what, 500 pixels. I feel safer doing it this way for some reason. So yeah, we have the max height set to 500 pixels, and yes, it is seen as we expect it to. Okay, now that we've been able to work on that, let us now go into the last section, which is the one on the bottom. And basically that part is basically going to contain the reactions information and then the comments, right? So it's going to be right under this photo. Okay, so how do we add that? What we are going to do is, under this div, I'm going to add another div here. Okay, and then this div is going to have another div. Okay, now inside this other div, we are not going to put inside anything, but we are going to add another div right under it. Now we are doing this because we are trying to separate elements, right? We are trying to separate a group of elements. So while I style, or while I add these elements, you should understand how I'm working with these items, right? So inside this first div, I'm going to add an image element. Okay, I'm going to add the image element here. Gonna add the image element here. Now that we have this image element there, I'm gonna add another image element right below. Okay, I'm gonna add another image element right below. But what are these image elements going to contain? They are going to contain the icons for the like and the heart, so basically the reactions in general. So right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to pick this up and drop it just like what we do. Yeah, I needed to. Why is it wasting that much time? Let me just go into the downloads and get them. I'm gonna go into the downloads and get them. So I'm gonna drag and drop it here, and drag and drop this one here as well. But I'll just change this one to hearts instead. Then I will close this and close this and close this. So over here, what we are going to do is I'm going to import these icons. I'm going to import these icons. Let me check my mic. Okay, my mic works. I'm going to import these items. I'm going to say like icon. I like that one better. So import like icon from where? From the assets folder. Okay, from the assets folder. Then I'm going to say what? Like.png. Then what am I going to do to the other one? I'm going to import the heart icon. Heart icon from what? Heart.png. Okay, then we now add these two icons together, like icon, and then we have what? The heart icon. Now what we can do is you can just copy and paste them into the alternatives. Okay, now that we have that working as we expect it to, we want to add the count, right? So the reaction count, right? So over here we are going to add a span, and then this span is going to contain something like, let's say 5, 6, 7 likes. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then we go into our second div that we created here, and then we now add a span that talks about the comments and the counts, right? So the span here, we're now taking what, let's say 52 comments. 52 comments. All right, now that we have these items in here, let us style them. Look at them really quick. You can see how big they are. God damn. So let us style them, right? Let us make them look good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back into VS Code real quick, and then over here I'm gonna give it a class name, right? So the class name, I'm gonna give it a flex. Okay, and then I'm going to align the items to the center. Okay, then we can now say what? Justify between. Now the reason why we want to use justify between is to separate the comments from these reactions, right? Now that looks good in my opinion a bit. So let us now style these things for them to look better, as that should be our aim. So here I'm gonna add a class name. Wait, what? I'm gonna add a class name here. Then I am going to say flex. Then I'm going to say what? Item center again, and then we can give it like a gap. I want to give it a gap this time. I want to give it a gap of 5 pixels actually. So you can see now they are here. No, so we now have to manipulate the sizes of these things, and then everything should work as we expect it to. So I'm going inside this like icon. I'm going to the class name actually, and I'm going to give it a width of 24 pixels, and then I'm going to give it a height of what? Of 24 pixels as well. Okay, now that we have that, I think we can copy that, as we can just copy this class name and just paste it here, and then when you go back to check, you can see that they have come back to normal as we expect them to be. So now that we have these bad boys working as we expect them to be working, I can go back here, I can come back here, and I can go to my span here, that is the count, and then I can add like a class name to style it a bit. So what are we trying to do? We are just trying to reduce the text, so we're just going to give it text sm, and then that should look small. That is okay. And then we now go to the span of this one, give it a class name. So the class names you're going to first of all say is going to be cursor pointer. It's going to be cursor pointer. We are going to give it a bg. No, we're going to give it a border, but we're going to give it like a border button, and then the button, the border bottom is going to be 1 pixels, right? And then we are going to color it. Without coloring it, you're not going to see it. So we're going to set the border to slate, and then we are going to say 400. No, let's give it 300. Then I'll say text small as well. Okay, so let's go back to look at our project, and you should see it here. But it looks like there's a little bit of a problem around here, because I can see that we have these ones not having enough padding in the project. So what I'm going to do to fix that is I'm going to go into the wrapper. Seems there's a problem around here. Gonna increase this a bit to see if it will fix it. Okay, looks like, let me refresh, because it doesn't seem right. Okay, I'm not getting the expected paddings. Let me, oh no, let me set the padding towards here to see. Let me set it to 20 pixels intentionally and check. Okay, so I guess what we need to do right now is I'm gonna go back here and set this to 10 and see the change. Okay, yeah, I think I like this change better. Okay, yeah, I like. Okay, I think there's a bit of a big space on top. Let me set the padding here also to 10. Then things should be normal. Okay, so I like this design, and then it looks just like what I demonstrated at the beginning. I'm gonna go into the RightBar file here. Okay, now that we are in the RightBar, we want to create the birthday part that I mentioned. Okay, so what we are going to do is you're going to have, first of all, our wrapper. Let's not forget, we've been having wrappers in here, and yeah, we've been having wrappers that we've been adding our padding styling to them. But not for this one specifically too, though. You can see that for this one too, we also have our wrapper here, right? So yeah, now that we know what we need, let's just go back, and then for this wrapper here, let us add, a class name. Let us add a padding top. Let's add a padding top, right? And padding top is going to be 20 pixels. And then for this one, which is the padding right is also going to be what, 20 pixels basically. Okay, so now that we have this, I would now try to build the thing that I mentioned, right? So now, what are the things that we used? We used an image, and then we also used the text, right? And then some of the text were bold, right? So in order for us to do that, let us just create a separate div that will contain that. And then for this div, we are going to add the image, and then after adding the image, I am going to bring the span as well, and then inside the span you're going to have a bold, and then inside this bold you're going to have another bold element over here, or a bold tag over here. Now, what are we going to put inside this bold tag? Basically, this bold tag is going to take the username, the name of the user that has the birthday. So I'm going to say Henry Krenzel, and I think I'm just going to give some space. Henry Krenzel and 3 others. So I'm going to say 3 others. Let me change it. Let me make it 52 others. Alright, so 52 or 52 others. Okay. have a birthday today. Okay, and Grentel and if we do others have a birthday today. Okay, now let us go into the I would want to go to yeah, so now that we have this, and let's just go and look at it. You can see that we've not added the image, so you can't really see the changes, the big changes. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to add the image, but I already downloaded the image, so I'll just go into my downloads really quick, and then I'll just get it from there. Okay, so we have this gift.png. I am going to pull that, go into my VS Code, and I'm going to drop it over here. Okay, so now that I've been able to drop it, let me just change this to, okay, let me just leave it at gift because it's pretty short and easy to import. So I'm going to import that really quick. I'm going to import birthday icon from, I'm going to import it from, let me check my mic. Okay, works. I'm going to import the birthday icon from the assets. Right, okay, so the assets, and then we are going to mention this name as we usually do, so gift.png. Okay, so over here I'm going to clean this, and then I'm going to add the birthday variable that we have at the top. Okay, so when we go and check, you should see a big over there. It should be here. You see it very big. Okay, so it's here, right? It's time for us to style it. Let me add the alt text just in case. So I'm gonna say birthday icon. Okay, so now let's just start styling. So what am I going to do here for this div that I have here? I'm first of all going to apply flex to the class name. So flex, then item center, flex, then item center, right? And then what else do we have? We have the class name here as well, and then this class name we are going to give the width of the image to be, we're going to give the width of the image to be 40 pixels, or the icon, the width of the icon to be 40 pixels, and the height would also be what, 40 pixels as well. And then we want to give it, you see it has reduced the size, but now we want to give it a margin right so that it pushes this one to the right a bit, just to give it some space. I'm going to give it a margin right of 10 pixels. That should be okay. So a margin right of 10 pixels here. Alright, now that we have the 10 pixels there, let us style span over here. So I'm just going to add like a class name over here, and I'm going to say that the font should be semi-bold. I want to make it semi-bold, and then I want to add a text MD. That should be, I think that should be like, okay, I can check it here. Okay, I'm trying to hover over it for it to appear, but I don't know why it's not appearing. Okay, but let's just continue. So now that we have that, I would want to now move on to the next thing, which is okay, let us go and look at the results first. So as you can see, this is what we have, right? Now let's move on to the next thing, which is we want to start working on basically the image, the advertisement image that we have at the bottom here, right? So let's just start working on that. Then after the advertisement image, we work on the online friends that we have here, right? So let's just start working on that. I'm going to quickly go into my VS Code, and then over here I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say image, right? And then this image, I'm going to import the advertisement image. I already downloaded it. It's in my downloads, so I'm going to go to the downloads. I'm going to pull this pixel image that I got, and I'm going to bring it inside my VS Code here. It has to let me bring it back. Okay, so I'm gonna drop it in here. Then I'll rename it. Let me rename it to add. Okay, then I would go back to my RightBar and then I'll import it, right? So what I can do is just copy and paste this, and then I'll say add image, and then I'm just gonna say add JPEG, right? And then over here I'm just gonna add the variable up there, so I'll say what, add image. So I'll say add image over here. Okay, so now that I have that set up, I would want to add the alternate section here, the add vet image. Okay, then that should be it. Now we can now work on the other ones. So after we've been able to add this image, what we want to do is we would want to come down and also add this class name to it so that we can style it to our liking. Let me bring this below. I want to format it. Okay, so being able to format it. Then let us make sure that the width is 100%, so width full, and then we are going to make it rounded large, right? That is border radius, and then we are going to give it like a margin top, and we are going to give it a margin top and margin bottom, right? Just that. So the margin top is going to be 30 pixels, and then the margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels as well. It's going to be 30 pixels as well. Okay, so now that we have this, I would want to come down and then give my h1, and my h1 here I'm going to say online. Okay, then this, okay, let's look at the image first. As you can see, this is what we have, right? This is what we have as the image. You can see the rounded sides, and then you can see that the width is filling this whole div, right? You can see the margin top and the margin bottom that is giving here. All right, so now let us work on the online section. Now that we have this online section, the h1 here, we want to make sure that it's bold, because this is tailwind, and tailwind basically cleans out all the css stylings. So let us make sure it's bold. So over here, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to make sure I'm giving it a font bold, right? And that should make it bold. And then I'm going to increase the text a little bit. It's a text LG here. Okay, and one more thing, I would want to separate it from the users that are online, right? So let's give it like a margin bottom, and then this margin bottom is going to be what, 20 pixels. Okay, that should be it. Now when we look at it, you can see that it looks deeper than usual. All right, now that we've been able to set this up, let us start working on the users that are online. So over here, I'm just gonna come down here and I'm gonna make a list, so a ULLI. Okay, and then inside this list you're going to have a div that would handle a few things, right? So what are we trying to do here? Now that we have this div, let us add the profile image, right? So we are going to add this image, and this image is basically going to have the profile image, but I can just import it from here by putting the cursor on this line, and then I'll press Ctrl C to copy what is on that line. Then I would come to my right bar up here, and then I'll just paste that. So I'll just copy this profile pic variable that we have here, and then I can just paste. Now the reason why I'm able to do that is because it's the same path, it's just the same path, dot slash dot, then get assets. It's the same path inside this whole folder, right? That's why I'm able to just transfer the import statement like that. So when you transport an import statement that is outside the components folder, maybe it's inside maybe extra component, I don't know, whatever the name you want to give inside your extra folder, you would want to change the path again to fit where this image is located, right? So let's just get back to it. Now that we have this image in here, I'm going to add the profile picture alt. Now that I've been able to add this, we want to now work on the, okay, it works. We want to now work on the other things, which is this the icon that is going to show that you are online. So that's your online badge, right? So how do we work on that? I'm going to create like a span over here, and then for this span, I'm not going to write anything inside. I'm just going to add a class name that is going to represent it, right? So let's not add it yet. Let's not add that class name yet. Let us go back to the project and look at the picture, see how things are going over here. Now the picture is not going to appear appealing. It's not going to appear appealing. So I don't know, for some reason that particular picture, when I use it inside this project, it doesn't look good at the beginning until I actually style it. Okay, looks like you're facing some problems here. We should see the image. We should see the image. Wondering what is wrong. Wondering what is wrong. Okay, I'm going to try to write something here to verify if the image is there. Okay, yeah, so the image is actually there, so all I have to do is style it, right? So I am going to go into this image, and then I'll give it some class names, right? So basically you're going to say that the width of this image should be what, 40 pixels. Should be 40 pixels. Then we give it a height of 40 pixels as well. Give it a height of 40 pixels as well. Then after giving it that, we want to give it a few extra things, which is what we want to make sure it's object cover. Then we make sure that it's rounded full. Okay, so yeah, so basically we can go and check on the image. We can check on the image right here. You can see that it's showing here, okay, with the stylings here, right? Now we're going to go back into the code, and then I'm going to clean out this section because I'm not going to write anything in there. But now that we have the image in there, let us just start to style a few things, right? We have the image, we have the online spam over here, but we want to add the username, right? So I'm going to add another span here, and I'm going to write a random user's name. So I'm going to say something like Emmanuel. So Emmanuel Boateng. Okay, Emmanuel Boateng here. And then what else am I going to do? I'm going to make sure that it's bold actually. So I'm going to add like a class name of font bold here. And then when we check on it, you should see that it's bold over here. But now let's just work on the arrangement of these items here. I'm going to first of all go into the UL, and then I'm going to add a class name of margin 0, padding 0, and then I would work if I was using normal CSS, I would have to do my list none, but since Tailwind already takes care of that for us, there's no need to add it. Then I'll come into the li section here, and then I'm going to add a class name. Now what is the class name that I'm going to add? I'm going to make sure that we have flex again. Then I do my item center, right? Then I make sure that it has a margin bottom, right? And then the margin bottom is basically going to be 10 pixels. But why are we adding a margin bottom? We're adding a margin bottom so that in case there are multiple users that are online, it just separates it. So you realize that there will be this small space that is under here. So Emmanuel Boateng space Emmanuel Boateng, yeah. And the reason why we also made sure that the UL we removed the padding and the margin is because the UL element, or basically the lists elements, basically come with their own margins and padding. So you just have to clean them up, and then everything should be okay. Alright, so now that we have that working for us, what do we want to do? I want to make sure that I am working on this one as well. So here I'm going to add my class name here. This is basically going to be the div that is containing the image and then the online badge, right? So for this div here, I'm going to add a margin right. I'm going to add a margin right of 10 pixels. Margin right of 10 pixels. and then I'm going to say relative. Okay, so that this icon, this online badge becomes relative to this, right? Yeah, becomes absolute but falls on this, right? This image or this div basically. So what is going to happen is, now that we've been able to work on that, I'm going to come straight into this span and we'll start styling it, right? So first I'm going to give it a width of what, 12 pixels. I'm going to give it a width of 12 pixels, going to give it a height of 12 pixels, and then I'm going to give it a rounded full, yeah, and then I'm going to give it a background of green, and then this green I'm going to use 500, right? Then we make sure that it's absolute, and then right, so for the absolute, so after the absolute, we're going to make sure that we have the top, which is what, minus 12 pixels here, minus 2 pixels actually, minus 2 pixels. Then we have what, the right 0, and then we have the border, which is going to be what, 2 pixels as well. And then finally we have what, border white. Okay, yeah, border white. So when we go back to check on the project, you should see this one there. If I go back into the project and I copy this list here and then just duplicate it, you should see that they should be arranged with their border with their margin bottom as I explained before. So as you can see, yes, you can see the spaces and they are there as you expect them to be. Thank you very much for getting to the end of the video. I would be working on they're using dummy data, trying to loop through these ones inside the project so that it makes it very easy for us to use our APIs in case you are working with the in case you are joining the backend and the front end together. So the first thing that we would want to work on is to be able to add the dummy data for the post. You want to render the post, right? Like multiple posts using the dummy data, right? And so let us start working on that. So what do? I'm going to go back into VS Code. Now, as you can see, instead of us copying the posts on each line, just copying the posts on each line like this, of course, it's not efficient, right? So let's handle it the right way. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to take this out, and I have two sets of assets, right? I have two folders here. I have the post one that has its images, and I have the users folder that also has its images. And then I'm going to put it in a Google Drive, and I'm going to leave the link in the description so that if just in case you don't want to use your own image and then you want to use these ones too, you can just get access to them straightforward. And then I would also put the dummy data also in the description, just so that I'm going to put all of them inside the Google Drive file, Google Drive link, so that you can go and access them and use them in your project, right? So this is the data, and then this is the data folder, and this is the dummy data file that has the importations of the images and the user image as well. And we have the post, which has the ID, description, or caption, however you want to call it. Description or caption is still the same thing. And then we have the photo of the post, we have the date, and yeah, so you can see ID, description. And this one decided not to use a description or a caption inside this post. And you can see, yeah, as you can see, it's here. And then we have the users, individual users, and then the profile pictures, the profile picture images. Yes, and you can also see here we have friends, a bunch of friends that also have their own user IDs and then different names and stuff, right? So basically, now that we know that we have these, let us start working on the posts. So what we can do is we can come into the post here, and then we are going to pass in a prop. Okay, we are going to pass in a post prop. Okay, so the post prop here is what we are going to use. Now, how do we use it? Inside this part here, I'm going to come and then bring my curly braces, and I'm going to call the users array here that we have inside this. We're going to call the post array that we have inside this dummy data, right? So you can see here we have posts. I'm going to call this one. We are already exporting it. I'm going to come here and then I'll call it. So I'll say posts
right? And then clicking on it imports it automatically. Then I'm going to map through the posts real quick. Then I would say just one post. Okay, so for every one post, I want to do a few things. While mapping through the post, I want to render this post component, right? So my cursor is on the same line. I'm going to hold Alt and then up arrow key, and then it moves it up. And then now that it's here, I'm going to pass in a few things, right? So while we have the posts prop inside here, okay, that is here, that we want to pass inside this part, inside this component here as a prop, here's what we are going to do. So this post object that we have in here, we are going to use them in here. So now for the let's start from the username, right? Now the post doesn't directly have a username, it also doesn't have the direct profile picture, so we are going to handle those ones separately. Okay, so basically what we are going to do is I'm going to come here in the description side here, and I'm going to add the post dot description. Okay, but here's the thing, it's not every post that has a description like I reviewed here. For example, if you come here, this one doesn't have the description. So what's the best thing to do? The best thing to do is to put a question mark there, and then what the question mark is basically going to say is, hey, check, I want you to check if it has a description. If it does have a description, then render it. So basically that's what I'm just going to put a check here. And then what else am I going to do? For the post pic here, I'm just going to say posts, and then I'm going to put dot photo. Okay, so now we have post dot photo. And then what else? I could come, and for the likes here, I'm going to say what? I'm going to say post dot like, and then I'm going to come here and also say post dot comment, right? Now that we have post dot like, post dot comment, we have post dot disk. Okay, I think here is post dot date. Yeah, so we have post dot date here, and then for the username and the profile picture, we would handle them dynamically. So before we do anything, now that we have these ones here, what are we going to do? I'm going to come back into my newsfeed file here, and then I'm going to say what? Let's pass in a key. We need to pass in a key. Now the key is going to say each and every single post's what? ID. Okay, so that's how we are going to be able to identify them and then map through. Now after adding the key, we want to add a post prop that we have. But what are we passing through that post prop? We want to pass in what? Each and every single post object inside this post array, right? So we are going to pass in this post really quick. Then when we go and preview it, you should see that we have this one. You should see that we have this one, and we have this one as well, and we have this one, and we have this one. And as you can see, they all have different descriptions as we have inside the dummy data. Okay, and I think one of them shouldn't have, of course, which is this one. So we perform the check perfectly. You can see that over here we can see 20 likes, 15 likes, and you can see that we have 234 likes over here as well. The same thing for the comments. You can see now that we've been able to work on that, I need us to now move on to working dynamically for how to display the user information, which is, for example, the profile picture and then the username. Now how are we going to quickly work on that? We are going to use the filter method. Okay, now when do we use the filter method? Most of the time you use the filter method when you want to map through an array, but this time you are mapping through based off of on a condition, right? So, sort of like a condition type thing. So basically what are we going to do? I am basically going to come to the post side here. So let me work on the profile picture first. So for the profile picture here, I'm going to say users, right? I'm going to import the users array that we have inside here. Okay, I'm going to, where's the users array that we have? It should be around here. Yes, so this one, I'm going to go through here and I'm going to compare a few things, right? So where is it? Let me go back to the post file. Yeah, so inside this users array, I'm going to filter through. But how am I going to filter, or what's the condition on which I'm going to filter? Right, I'm going to say that for every user that we have inside this users array, we want to do a few things. Right, I want to take the user.id, okay, of I want to take the user.id, or the ID of every user over here, and then compare it to what? The post ID, okay? The post ID, right? And the post user ID, right? The post user ID, right? So we want to compare it with the post user ID to make sure that they are the same. Now, when they are the same, you can now assign this ID to each and every single user in the users array, right? And then we can now take the first elements that we are bringing out, right? And then we can render them on the page. Now, what are we rendering? What is the actual property of this object that we are rendering? We want to render the profile picture. Okay, so as you can see with the logic that we have here, when I go into my Chrome really quick and I go through, you can see that the pictures have been rendered as we expect them to be rendered. Okay, the PC seems a bit slow. Let's wait for it to refresh. Okay, yeah, it's here, and as you can see, the changes have been made. So it's the same thing. I'm just going to apply the same thing for the username. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my VS Code here. I'm going to go back into my VS Code here, and then I would quickly copy this, right? And then I'm going to come create and then paste it as well. And then for here I'm going to say what? User name. Okay, username. Now as you can see, when we go back to check and make sure, you can see that the usernames have been changed according to what is inside the dummy data. Okay, so now that we've been able to work on the dynamic display of the usernames and the profile pictures, we want to fix a few things. Right now, as you can see, as I scroll down, this part of the image, or this part of the right bar, just keeps appearing on top of the navbar. Right, we can fix that really quickly. Let's fix that. I'm going to go into my VS Code, and then I'm going to go into the right bar. And then over here for the styling, I'm just going to add one more inline style by saying z index, and then I'm going to give it a -1. Now that just pushes it behind the navbar. Okay, so now that it's -1, I'm going to go back to it, and then when we scroll, you should see it going behind the navbar, as you can see. Yeah, now that we've been able to work on that, let us fix this UI. Now we need this one to stand at one place and then scroll only when it is told to scroll, right? So what do? I'm going to go back into the sidebar, and I'm going to make sure that I am adding a few properties, or a few class names. Now what class name am I adding? I'm adding sticky, and then I'm making sure that I have top of 50 pixels, and then I'll go back into the Chrome or our project, and then I'll scroll, and then you should see that the changes have been applied perfectly. Okay, as you can see, they have been applied. All right, now that we've been able to fix this, what else are we going to work on? Now as you can see, we sort of have some repetitive data around here and around here, so let us work on the online one first. So what are we going to do? I'm going to go back into my VS Code, and then I'll go to the right bar here. Okay, I'll come to the right bar here, and then as you can see, we have a bunch of lists that we duplicated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight these lists. Let me keep highlighting till we get to the top. So I think this should be, let me see, the highlighting seems a little bit slow. Okay, so I think we just go to it. So now that we have these lists here, that we've been able to clear out, what we can do is, I want to put this one in its own component so that it will be very easy for us to just pass in the props and just loop through them as easy as possible. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just copy this and then I'll cut it out. Then what I'll do is, I'll come here and come and create a new component. Now what's the component's name? I'm going to create a component with the name of online. So I'm going to say online users. Let me clean this. Okay, online users. Then I'll give it another. So I'll create the file saying online users.jsx, and then I have RAFCE to create it, and then inside here I will just paste what we cut out. Now that we have this, I'm going to pass in a prop. I'm going to say something like I'm going to say users, right? Or I'm going to say user, right? So I'm going to use the user prop, and then over here I'll just pass in user dot profile picture. Now that we pass this user dot profile picture, we have this. Now I'm going to come here and then also say user dot username. Okay, now that we have both of these props being passed through nicely, I would go to the RightBar section where we are supposed to have the lists, and then I would just import it here. So I would say online friends, online users. So online users, it should appear for us to import. Should appear. Okay, I don't know why it's not appearing though, but I think that was how we exported it, right? Online users. So it should appear on the right bar. So we just quickly import it. Okay, so now it has been imported. Now that it has been imported, let us use our map to work on it. So I'm going to go through the users array as usual. Let's not forget our curly braces, then the users array over here, and then I'll map through these users, and I'll say for each and every single user inside the users array, or for each and every single user object inside the users array, I want to do a few things, right? I want to render something, but what do I want to render? I want to render the online users list. Now after rendering the online users list inside here, we want to pass in the key and then the prop, right? So for the key, we are going to say each and every single user's what ID, and then for the prop, we are going to say user is going to take in what user. So the user objects passing through each and every single one of them. Now I think for over here, I'm just going to do a quick check to make sure that I didn't make a mistake somewhere. Yeah, okay, so it was just like how I expected it to be. Now it's here. Let us go back. I think we were in the right bar. So yeah, now that we've been able to implement this, we can go and check the browser to see if the changes were made. Now as you can see, they have been replaced by their profile pictures and then the usernames as we expected them to be. We can now move on to the last correction that we are going to make, which is this place, okay, or the last implementation with the dummy data, which is this section. So I'm going to go into the sidebar and I'm going to clean the duplications that we made over there. Then we'll create a new component and then start feeding in data. So when I come here, you can see that we have a list of items that we duplicated. I'm going to select all these items, and then after selecting, I'm going to just cut out to the first one. Okay, I just cut it out. Okay, so now that we have this, I'm just going to copy, or I'm just going to cut it out again, and then I would open another component. I'll create another component, and then I'll name this friends list. Okay, friends list, and then another component here, friends list. friends list. Okay, friends list.jsx. Then inside my friends list.jsx, I am going to run my RAFCE to create a component as quick as possible. And then inside here, I'm just going to paste what we cut out. So paste it, and then I'm going to pass in my object, right, the prop object, which is what, for this one we're going to use what, friend, right? So for the friend here, I'm going to say what, friend dot profile picture, and then over here I can say friend dot what. So let me just copy this, and paste it here. And then we just edit it by saying what, friend dot what, user name, friend dot username. Alright, now that we've been able to work on this, we can now come to the sidebar here and map through. So here I'm just going to call the friend array here. So I'm going to say friends. It's okay, so it's here. I just imported it. I'm going to map through it, and then I'm going to say for each and every friend inside the friend array, what am I going to do? I'm going to render a few things, right? So what am I going to render? I'm going to render the friend list. Okay, the friend list components here, and then I'm going to pass in my key as expected, and then the key is going to be what, the friend dot id, and then we are going to pass in the friend prop as well, which is going to be what, friend. Okay, so now when we go back to go and check, you can see that we have a list of users over here that we've been able to use the dummy data to display them. Alright, so we're basically going to go into the posts component here, and then now that we're in the post component, we want to add a few things, right? We want to create a use state. Also, we want to say like set like, okay, and then we want to give that we want to equate that to a use state variable, or the use state hook, basically the use state hook, and then we put, for the initial value, we put the post dot like value, right? So we are just going to come here to the post dot like here, and then just replace it with the use state variable, the like use state variable here, right? So you can see that it's still the same thing that we have here, right? Nothing has changed. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Now that we've been able to set this new like state over here, what am I going to do? I'm going to come here and I'm going to create another use state here to check whether we've actually liked or unliked, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a use state variable here. I'm going to say s liked, and then we are going to set s liked. Okay, then we are going to equate that to use state, and then we are going to set that to what, false, right? So now that it has been set to false, what can we do this time? Now we want to now use both of these things to basically like and unlike, right? So but what is going on? You can see that whenever we like and unlike, the number increases. So whenever we like, the number increases. Whenever we unlike, the number decreases, right? So we are trying to create such a functionality, right? So how do we create that functionality? Let's first of all go into the like part. Where is it? Wait, yeah, so yeah, this is it. So over here I can see the like icon and heart icon. I can just add an on click prop here, on click. Then over here I can just say handle like, and then I can basically do the same thing for the heart. Yeah, and let's not forget, let us add a cursor pointer so that we can see the difference of the actions going on. I'm going to add a cursor pointer here as well. Now that we have that, I'm just going to copy the name here, and I'm going to come on top here,
then I'll say const, then I'll say handle like, and then a handle like here. I'm basically going to throw in an arrow, then inside here I'm going to say what. So what are we going to do, right? I'm going to set like, first of all I'm going to set like, but how am I going to set like? I'm going to set like based off of a certain condition, right? Now I'm going to check if it's liked is true. Now if it's liked is true, I'm going to, if it's liked is true, which means you've already liked, right? I'm going to set like to be -1, right? But if it's false, that is we've not liked yet, then we set like to +1. So we just add one more like to it, right? +1. Alright, now that we've set this up, we want to now make sure that we are keeping track of these changes, right? So over here we want to set is liked to the opposite of its previous state. So set is like to the truth value of which it is not yet. So if it's like is initially true, when we click on handle like, it says it's false, and when it's initially and then now that it's false, when we click on it again, it sets back to true. Okay, so it's liked, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, let us test it. I'm going to quickly go back into the browser, and then I'm going to click, and you can see the changes going on both sides. You can click, right? You can see the change go on. The change go on as usual. You can see the change go on. You can see the change go on. Buddy, so let's now work on the profile page. So basically, we realize that when we go into the app.jsx, we just have the home here, but we would want to move into the profile page, right? So there are two things we could do, right? We could just work on the profile page separately and then later work on the routing so that we can just go to that page, right? But I would not want to do that. I would want us to understand a little bit about routing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to split the terminal here, and then I'm going to install. So I'm already in the client folder here, so I'm going to do npm I react router DOM. Then I'm going to install that. Now that it's installing, let's go into the main.jsx, and then let's import the browser router. So import browser router. I think it's a capital B. So browser router, and then we are going to get that from react router DOM. Let me check my mic. Yeah, it works. I'm going to get that from react router DOM. Let me try to see if that's the right spelling. Yes, that's it. So now that we have this, I am basically going to place it here. Oh, mistake. I'm going to place it here. Okay, my PC is a little slow here, so I'm going to place it here. Browser router, and then I would wrap it around the app component here. No, wrap it around the app component here. Okay, now that we've been able to wrap it, I'll go into the app component and then I'll import a few things. Okay, so what am I going to import? I'm going to come here and import routes. Yes, I'm going to import routes and then route. Okay, so I'm going to come here and then import routes, and then I'll add the route. Okay, now that we have this working, what do we want to do? I would come inside here, and then I'll create this component with then I'll use the routes here. So I'll say routes right? Then inside the routes, I'll create my first route in here, first route. Okay, then let me close it, and inside we have our props saying path. So the path is basically going to be the root path. Then the element that we are going to access inside our path is going to be the home element. Okay, wait, what? So it's going to be the home element. Okay, now that we have the home element in here, we can now create another route for the profile. So I'm basically going to, for now, I'm just going to name this profile for now, and then I'm going to create the profile page, and then I'm going to route it here. I'm going to create the routes for that one over here as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the pages folder, which is this one. Okay, so we can create a home folder first, and then drag and drop the home inside. So let's just drag and drop home into it, this one. Yes, let's move that, and then over here you can create another folder here and say profile. Let's create another profile. Then over here, okay, then over here we'd create a profile component, profile.jsx. then our AFCE should give us the component here. Then I'm going to go back into the app.jsx, and I'm going to import it. So I'm going to say profile, profile here. Okay, so now that we have the profile page imported and it's inside this route, if you want to access it, what we can do is we can go back into our browser and then just put it in here, since there's no link button to take us to that page. So I'm going to say profile. Okay, so now we are in the profile page. Let's start working on it basically. Okay, in order for us to not keep going back to the root page in case we make any changes, let me copy this and place it here, right? And let's comment this out for the meantime. Okay, so that at the root client routes, we already have the profile page showing all the time. Okay, so let me clean this. Okay, and let's just go here. Okay, so we have the profile showing over here. Alright, so now that we are trying to work on the profile, let us start by first of all cleaning this. Then let's import the navbar, because that's what would have at the top of the page. Alright, so now that we have the navbar, let us create a div that would contain the sidebar, the newsfeed, and the RightBar, right? So over here inside the div, I am going to give it a class name of flex or display flex, however you want to put it. And then inside this, I'm going to now put in a separate div for the newsfeed and the RightBar, and also the profile information. So inside this div as well, I'm going to add a few things. Now I'm going to just give it a style of flex 9, and then the reason why we are choosing flex 9 is because of the calculations we had to come up with after adding all the flex values on the various components of the sidebar, newsfeed, and the RightBar here. Alright, so making it flex 9 gives us that 9s and a good amount of width to work with. Alright, so now that we have this working, inside here we want to add another div, right? And then this div is basically going to contain the information, the profile information. Now inside this div we want to come here and then add another div, right? Or let's not add that div yet. Let us just come inside here and then put in this div, and then let's fix in the profile information. Right, so for this div here, we would add a class name that has a height of 350 pixels. Okay, and then we are going to make sure that it is position relative. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, we want to add the two images, right? So the first image is going to be for the cover image, and then the second image, first image is going to be for the cover image, and the second image is going to be for the user profile picture. So how do we import the cover images? So I went to download some images from Pixels, and then I'm just going to import these images. So for the best practice, what we are going to do is, if you have a page here inside their own folders and you want to add some assets like images, what you're going to do is, inside your profile folder, you want to create a new folder here and add it up. So add assets folder, then inside the assets folder you want to drag and drop the newly downloaded assets, right? So I'm going to just copy this and copy this, and then I'm just going to drag and drop it here. Alright, then we'll just name them accordingly. So this one is going to be user image.jpg, and then this one is going to be cover image.jpg. Okay, let's check the mic. The mic still works. Let's go. So now that we have the user image and the cover image, let's just import them. So I'm going to import the cover image from, then over here, just going to go one step backwards, go into assets, and then have the cover image.jpg. Alright, now that we have this working as we expect it to be, I am just going to clean this up and then put it inside. So cover image, and then I'm going to have, and then over here I'm going to have the user image, but we've not added it, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, and then put it here, hold alt click here, clean this user image, and then for this side I'm just going to copy and I'll paste it here. So here I can say cover picture, and then I can say user, or I can say profile picture. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, we can go and look at them. They wouldn't look pretty as we want them to be, but these are the two images that we have in here. So we want to keep making a few changes as we want. So now that we have these two, let's now style these images here. All right, we have this image for the cover picture, right? So what we want to do is, we want to give it a class name. Okay, not children, a class name. I want to give it a class name, and then the class name is going to have a width full. Okay, gonna have a width full, and then it's going to have a height of 250 pixels, and then we are going to have, okay, these 250 pixels need to be in their square brackets. Okay, now over here we're going to make sure that over here we're going to make sure that it's an object cover. Okay, now looking at it, you should see that the height has reduced as we expect it to be. Alright, this is okay. Now that we've been able to set that up, I want to go back into the VS Code, and then we would add a class name for the profile image as well. Then for this one, we'll say it has the width of 150 pixels. Then okay, for some reason it's slow. Okay, and then we add the height also for 150 pixels. Okay, then after adding that, what do we want to do next? We want to make sure that it's rounded full. Then we add the object cover, and also make sure that it's absolute, so that it becomes absolute relative to the main div that we have here containing both images. Then we give it a left of 0 and give it a right 0, then give it a margin auto. Now after giving it a margin auto, it brings it to the center like this type of thing, right? Now after bringing it to the center, we are going to make a few changes.
after bringing it to the center, we're going to make a few changes, which is top. We're going to give it a top of 150, a top of 150. Okay, let's give it that. Yeah. Alright, and then we're going to give it a border of 3 pixels. And we're going to give it white. Oh, come on. I'm going to give it border white. Okay, border white. Right, now that it's like this, when we go back to look at the project, we should see the results, which should look something like this. Now this is not a fully loaded image, so you don't have anything to worry about. Okay, it's still loading up. The image is just like, okay, so that's now loaded up correctly. I'm going to so right under this div that we have here, we want to have another div under it. Now this is what is going to contain the profile information. So I'm going to create an h1, and then I'm going to add my name. So I'm going to say Sylvester Asante here, and then over here I am going to add a span that is going to talk about my bio. So I'm going to basically say something like, I'm new here with the exclamation mark. And then let's add a few class names to style them. So I'm going to add this class name, and I'm going to say that it has a flex, and then we are going to make sure that the flex is a column. So, and then we are going to say item center. Then over here we are going to say it is font bold. Then over here we can say it is text large, or let's for the username, let's make it double XL, right? So double extra large, so extra type thing. Then over here we can leave it like that. So looking at it, you can see that it's quite not how we expect it to look at the moment, but we would fix that pretty soon. Going back to the VS Code, let's come here and make it flex column. So as you can see, it's in the middle here. Alright, now that we've been able to fix that, let us now add the last few things that I mentioned that would add. Okay, so over here under this, we are basically going to add the last div here, and then this div is basically going to have a class name of flex or display flex. And then inside we are going to add a newsfeed, and I'm going to have the newsfeed and also the right bar. Okay, I think it didn't import it well. So the newsfeed and the right bar. 1 second. PC seems a bit slow. Okay, it should be here now. Oh, slow again. So the right bar. Okay, then once we save it and we go back into the project, you should see everything fall in place. Okay, this view is a little different. We need to be able to see the sidebar here, so I'm refreshing it to make sure that everything is right, but I'm going here to also check a few things. So we have this. Okay, so we did not import the sidebar here, so over here I'm just going to add the sidebar. Okay, then it should be imported. So once we enter into the project, we should see the changes being made. Okay, so as you can see, the sidebar is here. We have our user information here, and and then these things. So over here I'm going to add some personal informations, so let's just dive right into it. Okay, so we have this, the profile, so let's work on the right bar. Now we are going to be working with a few props to do some conditional changes, right? But before that, let us just go into the right bar over here. Like I said, the changes that we need to make over here, right? Now looking at the conditions that we're going to be making in the future, we will not focus on that for the meantime. But what we are going to do first of all is over here we are going to copy in between here to here, in between here to here. I'm going to cut it out. Then inside I'm going to create an inner component, so I'm going to say const RightBar I'll say RightBar home, right? Then inside RightBar home I am basically going to create the component, so it's going to return a fragment, and then inside that fragment we have what we cut out, right? So we can paste that into it, and then we will come down here again and then create a new component that says something like RightBar. Let me check my microphone. Yeah, it works. RightBar says RightBar profile. Okay, so for RightBar profile, then we have in here returning, can return a few things. So we can return what are we trying to return? Okay, so basically we can say profile, right? Profile. Let me put that in on each one. It's not really going to make that of a difference, but profile. Okay, then over here I will just import this. I would import this basically. So I would say RightBar profile. Okay, so we've imported RightBar profile here, and so when we go back here you should see the changes being made over here. Like I said, we will do the conditional changes in the future when we are combining the APIs, so the backend and the front end. Alright, so now that we have this, let's start working on the RightBar profile. Okay, so inside the RightBar profile here we already have our fragment. So okay, we already have our h1 here. So for the h1 that we have inside here, what are we going to do? I'm going to let me undo that. Then I'm going to say user information is what we are going to have there. Just like in Facebook, you have your city, your relationship, where you're from, all those little informations that we have. So right under it, you're going to have a div here. Okay, and then this div and is going to also have another div, right? But let's start styling before we get confused. So for this user information here, I'm going to give it a bold font, right? So font bold, and I'm going to say the text is going to be extra large. We're going to increase the font size. Then we are going to also give it a margin bottom of 10 pixels as well. Okay, now that we've been able to do that, over here too, we are going to add a margin bottom again to 30 pixels. Okay, now that we've been able to set that, okay, I almost forgot to add this. Right, now that we've been able to do that, what else do we want to do? I would want to come down into this one and then give it also its stylings. Let's give it a class name of what? Margin bottom, which is what? 10 pixels. Okay, so inside here I would give it a span. Okay, so for the span here, what are we going to have inside? We're going to have the city. Okay, we're going to have the city, and then inside the response for that, we're going to give it the city name. Okay, so Kumasi here. Okay, now that we have this set up, let us style it really quickly. So over here we are going to give it a class name of font semi bold.
gonna say the font should be semi-bold. No, it shouldn't be like this. Semi-bold like this. Okay. Then what else do? We want to give it a margin right of 15 pixels. Margin right of 15 pixels. Let's check my microphone to see if it's working. Okay, it is. Now that we have the margin right of 15 pixels, let's give it a text slit of say 500. Okay, 500 is okay. Then now that we have that, let us come down. Right, we have this. We can just duplicate this, right? Let's duplicate this and then give it like this one and this one as well. Then over here I'll make it from, so I'm from Accra. Then over here I can say relationship. Yeah, I almost forgot how to spell it, but yeah, over here I'm just gonna give it a single. Alright, so let me save that. Let's go into it, and then you can see the changes being made here, nice and clean. Alright, let's go back inside here, and then we're going to add the images, our friends and their images, right? So right under this div here, right under this div that we have here, you're going to add another h1, right? But we're not just putting that h1, we can just copy this and then come and paste it here. And then over here we can say what? Friends. You can say friends, right? And you should see it here, friends. Then here we can come down and say we are giving it another div, of which it's going to be a grid, and then this grid is basically going to arrange the images of our friends in a certain way. So I'm going to give a class name. Alright, let's not give the class name just yet. Let's just add the images and everything. Alright, so this image, and then I'm going to give a span that has the username. So I'm going to say Derek Hello. Okay, and then now that we have the span in here and the image element, we want to now do some small stylings here. So here, let me give it a class name of width 100 pixels, width 100 pixels, height 100 pixels, 100 pixels. Then what else are we going to add? We're going to add me an object cover. Okay, gonna add me an object cover, and then we make sure that we round it up a bit, or we give it a little bit of some weather radius, right? It's gonna give it rounded MD. Alright, now let's just input the image. When I went to check through, I realized we had already imported the profile picture, so I can just even just copy this, and then I'll come down here and make sure that I just place it inside. I mean, we need something there at least. Then okay, then we just paste it. Then user picture for the alt. Alright, so now that we have this, we can now start styling, right? We can now start styling. So over here I'm going to give it, let me not style first, let me just show you what we have before I start doing anything, right? Let's see what we have. So we have this one, right? We forgot to put this one inside its own div because I wanted to duplicate, and then I realized we had not added it, so it would be difficult to duplicate. So now that we have it like this, we can now duplicate them here. Alright, okay, so now that we have yeah, it's already in its own div as we did before. Okay, yeah, so we have this div here. If I want to duplicate, I can just come and duplicate like what we're doing, and then I can go back to go and check, and as you can see, it's just how many? 1 2 3 4 5. Yeah, 5. Let's add one more, so it becomes 6. Now you can see how long the images have become, right? So we are going to fix that really quickly. We are going to fix that. So how do we fix that? We are going to take the div that contains all the divs of all these individual images and their names attached to them, and then we are going to add the grid, right? So we're going to say grid, then grid columns, right? So the grid columns, and then we are going to say 3. So you want to make sure that on each and every on each and every part of the grid, so the template grid, repeats, grid template columns repeats 3 times, right? And then one fraction out of them, type thing. That's the explanation for it basically. And then you add a gap of 4. Okay, then now that we have this in here, I want to come down in here like this, and then okay, let's go and look at the results. You can see that we've been able to add the gaps in between them. If I make this 4, for instance, and we look at it, you can see that this is it. So in order for it to be able to look like we want it to be, unless I add extra 2 duplications, which would make it look so okay. So if I add and I add, you can see that it has been able to fill it in, right? Alright, so now that we have all these ones, we want to make sure that at the end of the day, the directly here that we have is sticking to the middle, and also we want to be able to achieve a UI that is very similar to that of Facebook. So we want to keep the 3 column type arrangement. So over here, I'll just go back here, and then I would come to, I'll go to the main grid here, and I'll just set this to 3. Okay, so now that we have it that it's a 3 row, you can see that it lies in the middle, just like that. If I take out the last one as well, we should see that there shouldn't be that much of a change. Alright, so I took that out as well, and as you can see, we have 1 2 3, and then you can see that it's in the middle. Nicely done. Thank you very much for getting to this part of the video. Hopefully the next one we are going to finish with the final part, and that is going to be the register and the login pages, right, buddy? So this is the last part of building the UI with React, and we are just going to work on the login and register pages or sign up pages type thing, right? So let us just begin. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to come into the pages here, and then I'm going to create a new folder and call that register. I'm going to call that register, and I'm going to create a new folder here again and call that login, right? Alright, now that we have these two, I'm going to come here and then create the first component for the register. I'm just going to say register.jsx. Okay, now inside register, I'm going to use my RFC to generate a component, and then I want to show the component inside my app.jsx. So over here, I would quickly say okay, let's create a new route for it basically. So over here I can say sign up. Oh no, it's getting slow. Alright, so I could say register, then over here I can have my register here, and then now that we have this part working, I want to see, this is so that we will not have to refresh the page all the time, or have to click through the page all the time. Let's just put the register inside the home page so that we can quickly find the changes and just make them, right? So if we go back into the browser, you can see that we have the register text over here. So let us go back into the project here, and then go into the register page and just start working on it, right? So now that we are inside the register page over here, I'm going to do a few things, right? So what are we going to do? We are going to have one div here that is going to wrap around everything that we have. Then inside this div, we are going to have another div, and then right under this div, we are going to have another div. Okay, so we have first div, that's the wrapper div, and then these are two divs that are aligned towards each other, right? Now that we have these two things, we are going to add a few things, right? So this div is basically going to have an h1 that is going to bring in the title of our application, or the name of our application. So I remember naming it Social, So we have solution social here, and then when we go back, you should see solution social there. Right now, inside here, right under here, we are going to add a span that is basically going to talk about what it is about, just like the one on Facebook. And I would say connect with your friends on solution social, right? So I could say something like connect with friends. Let me check my microphone. Okay, it works. Connect with friends. Connect with friends on Solu Social. On Solu Social. Alright. Now that we have that, we can come down here into this section here, and then we can add some elements that we have there. So inside here we already have the box, or the box that is going to hold the the register component type thing, right? So inside this box you can add an input. You can add the first input, which is going to be input, and then what are we going to put there? Put in the name. Sorry. Okay, I guess we can't do that. Like, we can't do it like this, so I'm going to have to do it manually. But okay, I have a trick. Let us first of all just come here and say input, then we add the email like this. Then we come here, input, and do the same for the password. Right? Then we just come and duplicate this as well. Right, and then we just change the details. So here we are going to have username. So here we can just have a simple name here, and then we can say that the class is what we can say that the placeholder instead should be what username. The username here, we can clean both of these, can clean them, and then over here we have email, and then here we can have password. But let's give it a placeholder here, and then the placeholder of email. We can clean these bad boys as well, and clean these bad boys, just backspace, clean all of them. Then we have a placeholder, and then each and every single one of them. Okay, now we can now start adding. Okay, this one already has one, so I'm just going to clean this. Okay, then we come here and put in password, and then we can put in what confirm password. Alright, now that we have them, we can come down and then add a button. To it, and then inside this button we can have the sign up button here. Don't worry, we will do all the stylings. Then down here we can come and add another button here. Then we can say log into your account. Okay, log into your account. Okay, so now that we have this and we go back, you should see that we have all of these items in here, right? That should be working as we expect them to be. So we can just now start working on the stylings here. So inside this first one here, we are going to give it a few class names. So we are going to say that the width should be screen, right? The height should be screen as well, and then we can give it a BG of green, since that's our primary color, 100. Then flex, then we align the items to be center. Now we should know that this is the aim of keeping everything at the center, right? So justify items center. Then now we should realize that they should be here at the center here, like this, nice and clean. Now that we have that, let's go into the next div, that's the wrapper, and then let's add a few things, a few class names. So here I'm going to make sure that the width is 170 pixels. Let's do it here. 170 pixels. Oh no, not 170, actually it's just 70%. Should be good. 70% actually. Was a quick mistake. And then over here we have this place also given us 70%. Okay, 70%. Then over here we have the flex. Okay, then if you go back, you should see it is here. Now let us start working on this div that comes right under it, which is the one that contains this information, right? I mean, since this div is separated from this div, we are going to add a few class names that is going to place them in a certain order, dividing them equally between the div that is contained inside them. Okay, so I'm going to go to this div first of all, the one here that contains the information. I'm going to add a class name. Now what is the class name that we are going to add? We're going to first of all say that we're going to first of all make sure that the font here, or we let's even add the flex. Okay, so let's make sure that it's flex, and then we are going to say that flex colon, right? And then we are going to say justify center. Okay, then now that we have that, we can now add style here. We can make sure that the styling here is a flex, right? And then this flex property that we are going to add here is going to distribute the it's basically going to distribute the arrangement of these two divs, this one and this one, equally inside the div that they are contained in, right? So how do we fix that? I'm going to take this style here, and then I'm going to insert it also inside the second one as well, inside the second one here as well. And let's not forget these class names too. Take these class names and put them here. Okay, then we should have, okay, it's a mistake, we should have these nicely separated parts here. Okay, now that we have them separated nicely, what do? We want to come down inside this one and then add a few class names so that we make it stand out distinguishably. So inside this one, we want to say that the font should be extra bold, extra bold. And then we want to say that we want to increase the text or the font size, so we'll say font size 3 times extra large, right? So here we want to make sure that the text is green. I want to say green 600. I think I like 600. Yeah, 600 is okay. And then now that we have that, we want to now come down into this one and then add some class names. We are not really going to do much. We are just going to make sure that the text increases a bit, and then we have the font to be semi-bold. Okay, and then when we go back to check the project, you should see that we have this really nice, beautifully designed text over here describing what application is about. Okay, let me connect to the internet so that we see the font changes. Okay, let me turn on the hotspot here, and then it should show. Okay, let's connect to the internet and then refresh, and then we should see the text change, the font changes, because it looks like the font changes aren't showing. Okay, alright. Okay, so now that we are connected to the internet and we've seen the font changes, now we can now continue with ease. I am going to come here. Okay, now that we have worked on this, let's go into the next one, right, that is under here. Now let's add a few class names. Right, we are going to work on the box, the input box, right, this particular section, and we're going to align the items in a very clean manner. So I'm basically going to add my bg white, right, bg white. Then we'll make sure that the height is 400 pixels. 400 pixels. We come to the side here, and then we make sure that the padding is 200 pixels, 20 pixels actually. why padding will be 200? That's crazy. 20 pixels. Then we have rounded MD, flex. We give it a display flex. Then we say flex column, just to align everything in the column direction here, like this. Then we can come and then give it a justify between, so that we can have spaces between them. So justify between, let's give it some spaces in between. And then we give it a shadow LG, just to give some style or something. So as you can see, this is what we have. Okay, so now that we have this, we want to go straight into the input here. Then we'll add a few class names, of which we are going to copy over to the other ones, right? So here we would add a height of 150 pixels. No, 150 is too big, come on. 50 pixels. Then I would come here and then make it a rounded MD. It's okay, rounded MD is okay. Then I would say that the border, I'm going to give it a border, and then I'm going to give it another border color. So I'll say border gray. Then I'll give it, try to do 200, border gray 200. Then I would give it a text LG, increase the font size a bit, and then we'll give it a padding. I think we've given it a padding already. No, we haven't. So let's give it a padding of 20 pixels. Then we'll give it a focus outline, a focus property, and then we say that the outline should be none. Okay, there's a mistake here. Gonna fix that real quick. So now that we have that, we can go back into the project, and then you can see the changes that has been made inside our input file here. Okay, so I'm just going to take this part, I'm just going to copy it over like this, paste, copy it over, paste. I'm just going to paste it here as well. Then we should have things being aligned nicely. Okay, so now that we have that, you can see that the property has been affected on the rest of them. So we can come down and add our button, but both of these seem to be outside the div. Let's push them inside. That was a quick mistake. Okay, they are inside the div now. Okay, now that's okay, that's cool. Right, so now that we have them inside here, we can now add the stylings that we want to add. So what do? I'm going to come into the sign up section here, and then I'm going to give it a few class names. I'm going to increase the height. Basically, I'm going to increase the height real quick, and then I'm going to say it's going to be 50 pixels here, 50 pixels. Then I'll give it a rounded LG. Okay, then we'll make sure that we are giving it a BG, or a background color of green. I'll give it a green 600 as usual. And then we add a hover effect that is going to deepen the color a bit. Just to create, that. So I'm going to give it 700, right? And then we can add a transition to make it smooth. So you can see here, if I go over it, you can see it seems pretty quick, but adding the extra thing is going to give it that really nice transition. So let me just add a transition so you see the difference. So I'm going to add transition. Now when we go back and do it, you see now it becomes smooth. Let's go back here and then add the text white. Let's make sure that the text is white, because the black color just not it. So I'm just going to come here and increase the text, the font size, right, by saying the text LG, then font bold. Okay, so when we go back, we should see it nice and clean. Alright, now let's work on the button, the last button under here, that will take us to our login page, or that is supposed to take us to our login page. So for this one, we are basically going to copy this class name here. We are going to copy this class name here, then change a few things. So I'm just going to do paste this, then I'll make sure that this is blue, this is blue, and then I would say that I want the width here to be 50%, but that is 1 over 2 in tailwind, so you can see 50% here. Right now that we have done that, we have the rounded and transition, then we have the text white, the big one, and then we have this. Then what we are going to do is I'm going to make sure that it is in the center. Okay, so when we go back to check, you can see that it has nicely been done. It's nicely done over here. Okay, so as you can see, we have a nicely designed form for the sign up over here. It works as we expect it to, really nice and clean. Right, so what we are going to do right now is I'm basically going to copy over this whole thing into the login component, right? And then we just change a few things for it to fit, just so that we don't waste any time. So over here, I'm basically going to create the login component, login.jsx, and then I'm going to use my I'm going to come here, copy this and paste it in here basically. Then I'll go to the app dot. Okay, let's change things first. So I'm going to press command F to bring this up. So let me clear it and do it again, just in case you missed it. Command F brings this up, and I'll take the register keyword, and then I'll just replace it with login. So I clicked on this arrow, brought this out, replace with login, and I click on this button, it replaces it, right? So replace, and then now all the things that had register on it have been replaced with login. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to go here into the app.jsx, and then I'm going to add a new route for login. So I would say login, then I would say the login component, but I'm just going to use the same login component here, just so we don't have to keep refreshing the page. Then when I refresh, you can see that it is this that will show up. So let's just start making our changes. Okay, so really quickly, I'm going to go back here and clear some inputs that we have. So I'm going to go to the inputs here straight away. We just log in with our email and password, no need to confirm password again. Then we can change this to login. Just login. I think is login separated. Yeah, I think it's okay. We leave it like this. Then here we'll say create a new account. Create a new account. Then what else do we do? We make sure that what else do we do? I'm gonna come here. Let's go back and look at it. Okay, we can see that it has a big space here, and that space should be around I think we are going to give this 300. The height here, we're going to reduce the height to give it 300, and then it should be okay. Okay, now it's okay. If I clean this, then what else? I'm going to we have login, create new account, email. Yes, I think we are left with one more thing, forgot password. So here I'm going to create like this quick span, and I'm going to ask forgot. Should we make it small letters? Let's make it small letters. So forgot password, and then inside I'm going to add like a class name. I'm going to add a few class names. So here we're going to say that we want to center the text, because I mean obviously if you look at it, it's not in the center, so let's center it real quick. So text center, then we say that the text should be green 600, obviously green 600. Then we make it a cursor pointer. Alright, now when we go back to look at it, we should see it nicely placed. I don't know, I feel like we should change this. I feel like we should change the font style. Let's go back to Google Fonts and see if we can get a better font style. I'm just gonna go here. I don't know, I don't like it. Okay, I'll go to Open Sans, Montserrat, Lado. Let's take Roboto. So gonna get the fonts. Yeah, let's copy this. Yeah, let's copy that real quick. Then I'll go back to VS Code, and then I would go to the index here, and then I will just replace it with this. And then all we have to do is come here and make this Roboto. Okay, it seems a little smaller, but at least it looks clean and nice. So I think we can maintain this one. Okay, so now that we have all of these here working as we expect it to be, what do we want to do? I want to go back here and then come back to the home page. I want to come back to the home page here, and then I would why is the PC slow? Okay, I think the home page is rendering, so I would go to the browser here. Okay, home page should load up. Okay, let's be patient. I don't know, I think its rendering has caused the PC to be slow, but okay, it's here now. Okay, so as you can see, the user information that was supposed to appear in the profile page is appearing here. So let's fix that real quick. So you remember, let me go into the profile page here. Let me go to home here, for the home here, or should I let me go to profile instead. Let's go to profile, right? So here I'm going to add a prop, say profile, right? And then inside I'm going to receive that prop inside the right bar. I'm going to receive this prop real quick, right? I'm going to say profile. I'm going to receive this prop. Now I'm going to come here. As you can see, we are just returning this, but we need to return it based on a condition. I'm going to say that if we call this RightBar, if we call the RightBar in home and we don't add this prop, or we don't see this prop, it should show the normal RightBar. But whenever we show the prop, it should show the profile type of RightBar, right? So if we pass this, right, if we pass this without the profile prop, it should show the RightBar home, right? But whenever we pass the profile prop that we are passing here, then it should show the RightBar profile. Okay, so let's work on that really quickly. So I'm going to clean this. And I'm going to say that I'm going to do a conditional rendering here. So I'm going to say if the profile is available, if it has been passed, then display RightBar profile. Okay, but if it hasn't, RightBar profile, but if it hasn't, I need you to, oh come on, I need you to display RightBar home. Okay, now when we go back here, we should see that this is showing, but when we go to the profile route here, we should see that we'll get this one. Okay, so thank you very much for getting to the last part of the UI design of our social media application. In the next one, we would work on the combination of the back end and the front end, and then would also even learn some extra interesting things that would help us find our work a lot more easier or increase productivity. I really appreciate everybody that has gone through this series to this point. That's had its ups and downs, but we are here finally. And so hopefully I'll see you in the combination of the APIs of the back end and then the front end. All right, thank you very much.